What if Antarctica had an advanced society 200,000 years ago? Every piece of ice in Antarctica is a time machine. Trapped within those frozen layers are atmospheric samples from hundreds of thousands of years ago, perfectly preserved, waiting to tell their story. And they are telling a story that makes no sense, unless everything we've been taught about human history is incomplete. Scientists have found evidence of ancient civilizations where none should exist. Pollen samples from tropical plants in regions that have been frozen for millennia. Tool marks on stones buried under miles of ice. Most disturbing of all, artificial heating signatures still detected today, 2 miles beneath the surface, in places where no life should be possible. The ice remembers what we were told to forget. Tonight, we journey to a time when Antarctica wasn't a frozen wasteland, but a thriving continent where beings of remarkable advancement watched the stars, built cities that would humble our greatest architects, and possessed knowledge that we're only beginning to rediscover. The question isn't whether they existed. The question is whether they still do. To understand how an advanced civilization could have thrived where only ice exists today, we must journey back through the great cycles of Earth's climate, back to a time when our planet breathed differently, when the polar regions knew warmth, and when Antarctica was not the frozen fortress we see today, but a continent alive with possibility. 200,000 years ago, during what scientists call the Eemian interglacial period, Earth was experiencing one of its periodic warm phases. These interglacial periods occur roughly every 100,000 years, driven by subtle changes in our planet's orbit around the Sun, the tilt of its axis, and the wobble of its rotation. During the Eemian, global temperatures were 2 to 3 degrees warmer than today, and sea levels stood 15 to 20 feet higher. But more importantly for our story, the great ice sheets that lock Antarctica in perpetual winter had retreated dramatically, exposing vast areas of the continent to temperate climates for the first time in tens of thousands of years. The evidence for Antarctica's temperate past is written in the ice itself, in layers of frozen time that speak of radically different conditions. Ice core samples, drilled from depths representing hundreds of thousands of years, contain pollen grains from beech trees, ferns, and other temperate vegetation. These aren't isolated anomalies. They represent sustained periods when Antarctica supported complex ecosystems that would be impossible in today's climate. Perhaps even more telling are the coal deposits found throughout Antarctica, vast beds of compressed organic matter that could only have formed from dense forests existing over millions of years. Coal doesn't form from occasional plant life struggling to survive in harsh conditions. It requires the accumulated remains of lush, thriving vegetation, layer upon layer of plant matter built up over geological ages. The coal beds of Antarctica speak of times when this continent was not just habitable, but abundantly fertile. What the ice has preserved, the ice has also hidden. Every piece of evidence we find of Antarctica's warm past makes us wonder what else lies beneath those 2 miles of frozen water. What traces of life, of activity, of perhaps even civilization, wait in that suspended state between preservation and concealment? To truly grasp the possibility of an ancient Antarctic civilization, we must reimagine the Earth as it existed 200,000 years ago. This was not merely our world with different weather. It was a fundamentally different planet with different ocean currents, different atmospheric patterns, and different distributions of land and sea. The continental positions were virtually identical to today, but the ice coverage was dramatically reduced. Where we see the Ross Ice Shelf, vast and seemingly permanent, there may have been ice-free corridors winding inland, natural harbors where warm currents could penetrate deep into the continental interior. The transantarctic mountains, now buried under miles of ice, would have stood exposed, their valleys potentially harboring temperate climates protected from the harshest winds, warmed by geothermal activity, and watered by rivers that flowed year-round. Ocean currents 200,000 years ago followed different patterns, influenced by the reduced ice coverage and higher sea levels. The circumpolar current, which today isolates Antarctica in a ring of cold water, may have been interrupted by warm currents flowing from the Pacific and Atlantic, bringing tropical waters much closer to Antarctic shores. These currents could have created microclimates along the coast, zones of relative warmth where life could flourish even as ice dominated other regions. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility lies in the speed with which these climate shifts occur. We tend to think of ice ages as gradual processes, taking tens of thousands of years to advance and retreat. But geological evidence shows that major climate changes can happen with shocking rapidity. Ice core data reveals temperature swings of 15 degrees Celsius occurring within decades, sometimes within years. Ocean currents can shift their courses in a matter of seasons, transforming the climate of entire continents almost overnight. This rapid climate variability suggests that Antarctic civilizations, if they existed, would have developed with an acute awareness of environmental change. They would have been master adapters, creating technologies and social systems capable of surviving dramatic shifts in their world. They would understand, perhaps better than we do today, that stability is an illusion, that the Earth is always in motion, always transforming, and that survival depends not on fighting these changes, but on flowing with them. The paradox of preservation haunts every aspect of this investigation. Ice both destroys and protects with equal efficiency. A city caught in the path of an advancing glacier would be ground to rubble, its stones scattered, its organic materials crushed and dispersed. But a city that managed to adapt, to retreat to protected valleys or underground spaces before the ice arrived, might be perfectly preserved, frozen in time like insects in amber, waiting for the warming that would eventually come. Ancient river systems, now buried beneath miles of frozen water, once carved deep valleys through the Antarctic landscape. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have mapped these hidden waterways, revealing drainage patterns that speak of sustained flow over thousands of years. These rivers would have created natural transportation corridors, fertile valleys where agriculture could flourish, and strategic locations where settlements might naturally develop. The most profound revelations about Antarctica's hidden past come from the ice cores themselves, cylindrical sections of frozen time extracted from the deepest reaches of the ice sheet. Each layer represents a year of accumulated snow, compressed and preserved, containing within its crystalline structure a complete atmospheric sample from that moment in history. These cores are libraries written in ice, archives that stretch back not just thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years. The story written in these layers of ice and sediment is one that challenges our assumptions about the stability of Earth's climate and the impossibility of advanced life in polar regions. Temperature records embedded in the ice show repeated warming periods when Antarctic temperatures approached those of modern temperate zones. Atmospheric gas concentrations reveal periods of increased biological activity, more oxygen, more methane, more of the chemical signatures that accompany abundant life. But it's the anomalies that capture our attention, the traces of things that shouldn't exist according to our current understanding of Antarctic history. Pollen grains from plant species that have no business being anywhere near polar regions. Microscopic fragments of worked wood showing tool marks that suggest deliberate shaping rather than natural weathering. Traces of metals in concentrations that don't match the geological composition of Antarctica, as if they were imported from elsewhere, or processed using techniques we don't recognize. Perhaps most intriguingly, the ice cores reveal unexplained warm periods scattered throughout Antarctica's history, brief intervals when temperatures spiked far above what natural climate variations should allow. These thermal anomalies appear suddenly in the ice record, last for periods ranging from decades to centuries, then disappear just as abruptly. They show up in multiple locations across the continent, often simultaneously, as if some continent-wide heating system had been activated and then shut down. Some researchers have suggested volcanic activity as an explanation, but the geographic distribution doesn't match known volcanic regions. Others point to solar variations or changes in ocean currents, but these mechanisms typically produce gradual changes, not the sharp spikes and sudden cessations found in the ice core data. The thermal signatures remain unexplained, anomalies in the Antarctic climate record that hint at influences beyond natural causes. The deeper we drill, the stranger the story becomes. At depths representing ages far beyond any human presence according to conventional archaeology, we find traces that shouldn't be there. Organic compounds that require biological processes to create. Isotope ratios that suggest the presence of domesticated plants and animals. Chemical signatures that match those produced by metalworking, by agriculture, by the concentrated activities of organized societies. Time moves in circles, not lines, and sometimes the past is closer than we think. The ice preserves everything impartially natural phenomena and artificial ones, the signatures of wilderness and the traces of civilization. It doesn't distinguish between what we think is possible and what we believe impossible. It simply holds everything in suspension, waiting for us to develop the tools and the wisdom to read its frozen records. As we prepare to journey deeper into this mystery, following the threads of evidence from the ice to the maps, from ancient memories to modern discoveries, we must remember that Antarctica is not just a place on our planet. It is a place in time. The ice has made it a museum of Earth's history, where every layer tells a story, where every core sample is a message from the past, and where the deepest secrets may be the ones that transform our understanding of what it means to be human on this ancient, ever-changing world. As we journey from the frozen archives beneath Antarctica's ice to the scrolls and charts preserved in the world's great libraries, we encounter a puzzle that has haunted cartographers and historians for centuries. While the ice cores whisper of Antarctica's temperate past in chemical signatures and atmospheric traces, there exist documents that seem to shout this truth across the centuries. Maps drawn by human hands, maps that show what no living person should have been able to see. These are not crude sketches or imaginative fantasies, but detailed, accurate cartographic works that display knowledge impossible for their time. They show Antarctica not as the ice-locked continent we know, but as it may have appeared during those warm, interglacial periods we've just explored, with coastlines, rivers, mountains, and harbors mapped with a precision that rivals our most advanced satellite imagery. In 1513, in the court of the Ottoman Empire, an admiral named Piri Reis completed a world map that would puzzle scholars for the next 500 years. This wasn't just another medieval chart filled with sea monsters and blank spaces marked, "Here be dragons." This was a work of startling accuracy, showing coastlines from Europe to the Americas, with a precision that wouldn't be equaled by European cartographers for another century. But it was the southern portion of this map that would prove most mysterious. There, where conventional wisdom insisted only ocean existed, Piri Reis had drawn a detailed coastline extending far to the south. The coast was intricate, showing bays, headlands, and what appeared to be rivers flowing into the sea. Islands dotted the waters offshore. Mountain ranges were indicated inland. It was, unmistakably, a map of Antarctica, but an Antarctica without ice. When the map was rediscovered in 1929 in the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, scholars initially dismissed the southern landmass as artistic license, or a confused representation of South America's coast. Antarctica, after all, had only been discovered in 1820, and even then, explorers saw only its ice-covered surface. The actual coastline beneath the ice. The rocky foundation of the continent remained unknown until the International Geophysical Year of 1957-1958, when ground-penetrating sonar finally revealed the true shape of the land beneath miles of frozen water. But when researchers compared Piri Reis's 1513 map with these modern discoveries, the impossible became undeniable. The Admiral's southern coastline matched with remarkable accuracy the actual Antarctic coast as it exists beneath the ice. Bays appeared where modern instruments detected deep indentations in the bedrock. Mountain ranges were drawn where seismic surveys later confirmed their existence. Rivers were mapped following paths that perfectly matched the subterranean drainage patterns, revealed by ground-penetrating radar. The accuracy was so precise that some researchers wondered if the map had been somehow doctored or mislabeled. But extensive authentication confirmed both the map's age and its authenticity. The parchment, the inks, the style of lettering, everything placed it firmly in the early 16th century, nearly 450 years before humans supposedly gained the technology to see through ice. Piri Reis himself provided clues about his sources in notes written on the map itself. He claimed to have compiled his chart from over 20 older maps, some dating back thousands of years. He mentioned source materials from the time of Alexander the Great, ancient Phoenician charts, and maps captured from Christopher Columbus during Ottoman naval operations. But most intriguingly, he referenced source materials that he claimed were from the time of Alexander, Lord of the Two Horns, a title that in Ottoman literature referred to figures of mythical antiquity. The admiral wrote that his ancient sources showed lands in the southern region that were warm and habitable, places where the Portuguese infidels have landed and entered into battle with the infidels dwelling there. If taken literally, this suggests that Piri Reis believed people were living in Antarctica in his time, or that his ancient sources remembered when people had lived there. How could medieval cartographers know what we only discovered in 1958? The conventional explanation is that they couldn't, that the similarities between Piri Reis's map and Antarctica's true coastline are coincidental. But when coincidences become this precise, this detailed, this consistently accurate across multiple points of comparison, we must consider the possibility that what we call impossible may simply be improbable, and what we dismiss as fantasy may be forgotten fact. The mystery of knowledge that survived when civilizations did not haunt every aspect of this investigation. Information, unlike stone monuments or bronze artifacts, can survive the collapse of entire cultures. A map copied and recopied through generations can carry geographical knowledge across millennia, preserving the observations of explorers whose names are lost to history, whose civilizations are forgotten, but whose careful measurements of coastlines and currents remain embedded in the charts that navigators treasure above gold. 18 years after Piri Reis completed his mysterious chart, French geographer Orontius Phineas published a world map that would prove even more detailed in its impossible knowledge of Antarctica. Where Piri Reis had shown only the northern coast of the southern continent, Phineas mapped the entire landmass, complete with rivers, mountain ranges, and what appeared to be settlements or cities marked with symbols indicating human habitation. The Phineas map shows Antarctica as a heart-shaped continent, free of ice, with a remarkably accurate outline that matches the bedrock topography revealed by modern seismic surveys. But it was the interior details that proved most astonishing when compared with discoveries made 4 centuries later. Phineas had drawn rivers flowing from the continent's center toward the coasts, following paths that matched exactly the subglacial waterways detected by ground-penetrating radar in the 1990s. One river system in particular drew the attention of researchers at the U.S. Geological Survey when they compared Phineas's 1531 map with their own subsurface mapping data. The French cartographer had drawn a major river flowing from the continental interior through what is now the Ross Ice Shelf area, and into the sea at a location where modern instruments detected a deep subglacial channel. The river's path, its tributaries, Even its apparent delta formation were rendered with such accuracy that some researchers wondered if Phineas had somehow gained access to classified military surveys until they remembered that his map predated the discovery of Antarctica by nearly 3 centuries. Mountain ranges shown on the Phineas map correspond to Antarctic peaks that wouldn't be discovered until the 20th century. Coastal features match with uncanny precision the fjords and harbors that exist beneath the ice. Most remarkably, the map shows what appears to be a temperate climate throughout the continent, with vegetation symbols scattered across regions that have been locked under ice for thousands of years. The consistency of impossible knowledge across centuries suggests that Phineas, like Piri Reis, was drawing from sources far older than his own time. Medieval European cartography was largely a practice of compilation and interpretation, rather than original exploration. Mapmakers gathered charts from Arab navigators, Byzantine scholars, and classical sources, attempting to synthesize disparate pieces of geographical knowledge into coherent world maps. But where could such detailed knowledge of ice-free Antarctica have originated? The conventional answer is that it couldn't have. That the similarities between these maps and Antarctica's hidden topography are elaborate coincidences, tricks of interpretation that make random lines appear meaningful. Yet, when rivers flow exactly where subsurface scans show them, when mountain ranges appear precisely where seismic surveys detect them, when coastlines match the bedrock configuration with surveyor-level accuracy, coincidence begins to seem less plausible than the alternative explanation. Perhaps these weren't imaginations, but memories. Perhaps embedded in the ancient source materials that Phineas consulted were the observations of navigators who had actually sailed Antarctic waters when those waters were navigable, who had mapped rivers when those rivers flowed freely to the sea, who had noted mountain peaks when those peaks stood clear of ice under Antarctic skies. The technological implications are staggering. To create maps of this accuracy would require not just the ability to reach Antarctica, but sophisticated surveying techniques, methods of determining longitude and latitude, and systematic approaches to topographical mapping. It would require, in short, a level of navigational science that we don't believe existed until the 18th century at the earliest. Yet there they are, these impossible maps, preserved in the libraries of Istanbul and Paris, drawn on parchment that carbon dating confirms as genuinely medieval, showing knowledge that orthodox history insists could not have existed. They are documents that challenge not just our understanding of Antarctic history, but our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations, about the continuity of human knowledge, and about what may have been lost when the great libraries burned and the ancient sea routes were forgotten. By the time Gerardus Mercator began working on his revolutionary world maps in the mid-16th century, the tradition of showing an ice-free Antarctic continent was well established among Europe's most respected cartographers. But Mercator's contribution to this cartographic mystery was unique. He showed not just the continent itself, but navigable sea passages leading to it, open polar waters that would have made Antarctic exploration possible for any civilization possessing adequate ships and navigation skills. Mercator's 1569 world map, famous for introducing the projection system that bears his name, depicted the southern polar region as an area of open sea surrounding a temperate landmass. But more intriguingly, his earlier maps showed what appeared to be regular shipping routes extending toward Antarctica, dotted lines indicating established navigation paths that connected the southern continent to South America, Africa, and Australia. The tradition of ancient sources passed through generations becomes particularly clear when we examine Mercator's own writings about his cartographic methods. Like his predecessors, he claimed to be working primarily from older maps and charts, some of which he described as being of great antiquity and from sources before the time of Ptolemy. He wrote extensively about the challenge of reconciling conflicting information from different ancient sources, suggesting that multiple independent traditions preserved knowledge of southern polar geography. What's particularly fascinating about the Mercator maps is their depiction of Antarctic climate. Rather than showing a frozen wasteland, they indicate a continent with seasonal variations, areas of permanent warmth, and regions suitable for human habitation. Mercator used cartographic symbols that typically indicated fertile land, flowing rivers, and temperate conditions. He placed notations suggesting that the southern continent was not just habitable, but inhabited. Why these cartographers risked ridicule to preserve this knowledge becomes clearer when we understand the intellectual climate of 16th century Europe. This was the age of exploration, when established geographical knowledge was being challenged and revised almost daily. Navigators were returning with reports of new continents, new islands, new sea routes that contradicted classical authorities. In such an environment, maps that showed previously unknown lands were not automatically dismissed as fantasy, they were possibilities to be investigated. But showing Antarctica as ice-free and habitable was still an extraordinary claim, one that required cartographers to defend against accusations of fantasy or fraudulent map-making. The fact that respected scholars like Piri Reis, Phineas, and Mercator all made similar claims, all showed similar geographic details, suggests that they were drawing from source materials they considered credible materials that provided consistent testimony about southern polar conditions radically different from what later explorers would find. The careful preservation of information too important to lose emerges as a theme when we examine how these maps were created and transmitted. Medieval and Renaissance cartographers worked within networks of knowledge exchange that spanned continents. Maps were copied, compared, and corrected through correspondence between scholars separated by thousands of miles. Information deemed valuable was preserved through multiple copies, translated into different languages, and protected in libraries and private collections. Ancient mariners who may have sailed seas that no longer exist become more than speculative figures when we consider the consistency of the cartographic evidence. These maps suggest the existence of a navigational tradition that reached Antarctica when it was reachable, that mapped its coasts when they were ice-free, and that preserved this knowledge through the long period when advancing ice made verification impossible. The maps speak of regular contact, of established routes, of systematic exploration rather than accidental discovery. They suggest that Antarctica was not just visited but studied, not just reached, but inhabited. The level of detail, the accuracy of coastal features, the indication of interior geography, all point to sustained contact over extended periods, the kind of thorough geographical knowledge that only develops through repeated voyages and systematic survey. In the age of satellite surveillance and ground-penetrating radar, we finally possess the technology to verify claims made by cartographers 5 centuries ago. The results of this technological comparison have been both validating and deeply puzzling, confirming the accuracy of ancient maps while deepening the mystery of how such accuracy was achieved. Satellite discoveries that match centuries-old maps have become a recurring theme in Antarctic research. NASA's ICESat missions, which used laser altimetry to map the precise topography beneath Antarctica's ice sheet, have repeatedly confirmed geographical features shown on medieval charts. The Landsat satellite program has produced thermal imagery revealing subglacial rivers flowing along paths identical to waterways drawn by Orontius Phineas in 1531. Ground-penetrating radar revealing hidden topography has become the modern equivalent of ancient cartography, producing maps of Antarctica's bedrock that often seem like high-tech versions of charts drawn centuries earlier. When researchers at Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory completed their comprehensive mapping of subglacial Antarctic topography in 2018, they discovered that many features shown on Renaissance-era maps valleys Mountain ranges, river systems, existed precisely where the ancient cartographers had placed them. The strange accuracy of mythical geographical knowledge extends beyond simple coastline matching to include details that would require intimate familiarity with Antarctic geography. Medieval maps show seasonal variations in ice coverage, indicating understanding of Antarctica's climate cycles. They show areas of geothermal activity, marking zones where volcanic heat might create habitable microclimates. They indicate mineral resources in locations where modern geological surveys have confirmed valuable deposits. Perhaps most remarkably, some ancient maps show human settlements in Antarctica, using cartographic symbols that typically indicated cities, harbors, or inhabited regions. When these settlement locations are overlaid onto modern topographical maps, they consistently appear in areas that would be most suitable for human habitation: geothermally active valleys, ice-free coastal regions, areas with access to fresh water and natural resources. How modern technology validates ancient claims creates an uncomfortable paradox for orthodox archaeology and history. If medieval cartographers possessed accurate knowledge of ice-free Antarctic geography, they must have obtained this knowledge from sources that had actually observed such conditions. But conventional chronology insists that no such sources could have existed, that human civilization lacked the maritime technology to reach Antarctica until the 19th century, and that Antarctica itself has been ice-covered for millions of years. The satellite evidence, however, tells a different story. Ice-penetrating radar reveals that much of Antarctica's bedrock lies below sea level, suggesting that during periods of global warming, large areas of the continent would become ice-free relatively quickly. Geological evidence indicates that significant portions of Antarctica were indeed ice-free during the Eemian interglacial period 120,000 years ago, and possibly as recently as 6,000 years ago during the mid-Holocene warming period. What if our most advanced instruments are simply catching up to ancient wisdom? This possibility challenges fundamental assumptions about the progress of human knowledge, suggesting that rather than steadily advancing from ignorance to understanding, we may be rediscovering information that was once common knowledge, but was lost during periods of civilizational disruption. The implications extend far beyond Antarctica itself. If ancient civilizations possessed the navigational capabilities, geographical knowledge, and maritime technology necessary to reach and map Antarctica, what other assumptions about prehistoric human capabilities might need revision? If maps drawn in the 16th century accurately depict geographical features hidden beneath ice for millennia, what other impossible knowledge might be preserved in ancient documents dismissed as mythology or fantasy? As we prepare to explore how indigenous cultures around the world have preserved memories of Antarctica's temperate past, we must consider the possibility that the maps of Piri Reis, Phineas, and Mercator were not anomalies, but fragments of a much larger body of ancient geographical knowledge. Perhaps they represent the surviving pieces of a global navigational tradition that once connected all the world's continents, including the one that now lies hidden beneath the ice at the bottom of the world. From the parchment maps preserved in ancient libraries, we turn now to an even older form of knowledge preservation, the living memory of indigenous peoples whose oral traditions reach back not centuries, but tens of thousands of years. While European cartographers were copying and recopying ancient charts, trying to make sense of geographical knowledge they could not verify, other cultures were maintaining unbroken chains of memory, passing from generation to generation stories that speak of the same impossible truth, that the frozen wasteland at the bottom of the world was once warm, habitable, and perhaps even inhabited. These are not written records that can be dated and authenticated in libraries. These are songs, stories, and navigational chants that have been carried in human memory for millennia, preserved not on fragile parchment, but in the most durable storage medium ever created, the collective consciousness of entire peoples. What they remember challenges our understanding not just of Antarctica, but of how long human beings have been sophisticated observers of their world, capable of preserving accurate, geographical and astronomical knowledge across time spans that dwarf recorded history. In the red heart of Australia, among the Aboriginal peoples whose connection to their land stretches back at least 65,000 years, there exist stories that speak of journeys to a great southern land where ancestors once danced under different stars. These are not vague mythological references to distant places, but detailed navigational traditions that describe specific routes, seasonal conditions, and geographical features of lands far beyond Australia's shores. The concept of dreamtime in Aboriginal cosmology encompasses not just mythological creation stories, but practical geographical knowledge encoded in narrative form. Dreamtime stories serve as maps, as navigation guides, as repositories of environmental wisdom accumulated over tens of thousands of years of careful observation. When Aboriginal elders speak of the great southern land where ancestors danced, they are drawing from the same vast library of oral tradition that preserves knowledge of water sources, seasonal migrations, stellar navigation, and territorial boundaries across an entire continent. But some of these stories extend far beyond Australia's borders, describing voyages to lands that shouldn't exist in the geographical consciousness of a people we've been told never developed long-distance maritime technology. Aboriginal traditions speak of ancestors who traveled to the land where the sun sleeps, a place of eternal winter that was once warm, where great ceremonies were held and important knowledge was preserved. Songlines, the invisible pathways across the land that record the journey of ancestral beings during the creation period, form the backbone of Aboriginal geographical knowledge. These are not abstract concepts, but precise navigation systems, with songs that encode information about landscape, resources, and direction across thousands of miles. Most songlines map routes across Australia itself, but some of the most ancient and sacred songs describe paths that lead beyond the continent, across ocean waters to lands far to the south. Oral traditions spanning 50,000 plus years represent a depth of historical memory that challenges Western concepts of reliable information transmission. We tend to assume that spoken knowledge becomes corrupted over time, that stories change with each telling until they bear no resemblance to original events. But Aboriginal cultures developed sophisticated techniques for preserving accuracy across generation ceremonial protocols, cross-checking between multiple keepers, and sacred obligations that made alteration of traditional knowledge a profound taboo. The concept of deep time in indigenous cosmology differs fundamentally from linear Western historical thinking. Aboriginal peoples understand time as cyclical, with past, present, and future existing simultaneously in the eternal dreamtime. This temporal framework allows for the preservation of very ancient knowledge without the Western anxiety about dating and chronological sequence. An event that happened 50,000 years ago can be as immediate and relevant as something that occurred yesterday, because in dreamtime consciousness, it is still happening. Navigation songs that point toward Antarctica exist in several Aboriginal traditions, particularly among coastal peoples who maintained seafaring cultures. These songs describe journeys to cold southern waters where icebergs float, a detail that would be impossible for inland Aboriginal peoples to imagine if they hadn't inherited the knowledge from ancestors who had actually observed such conditions. The songs include descriptions of aurora phenomena visible only from high southern latitudes, stellar configurations that can only be seen from positions far south of Australia, and seasonal light patterns that match Antarctic conditions. Most remarkably, some of these navigational traditions include descriptions of the southern land as it appeared during different climatic periods. Songs describe the same region as sometimes frozen, sometimes temperate, with specific references to changes in ice coverage, the appearance and disappearance of navigable waterways, and variations in the types of life that could be found there. This suggests not just ancient contact with Antarctica, but sustained contact over periods long enough to observe and remember major climatic transitions. If Aboriginal Dreamtime traditions preserve the world's oldest continuous cultural memory, Polynesian navigation represents humanity's most sophisticated prehistoric maritime achievement. The peoples who colonized the Pacific Islands developed sailing and navigation techniques that allowed them to traverse thousands of miles of open ocean with accuracy that amazed European explorers. But embedded within their navigational knowledge are references to voyages that went far beyond the tropical Pacific, to cold southern waters, and lands that challenge our understanding of Polynesian geographical reach. Legends of voyages to lands of eternal winter that once bloomed exist throughout Polynesian cultures, from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. These stories describe epic journeys undertaken by master navigators who sailed beyond the edge of the known world, following stars and ocean currents to a vast continent where ice and fire existed side by side, where the aurora danced in skies unlike any seen in the Pacific, and where, according to some versions, their ancestors learned important knowledge from beings who had mastered the art of living in harmony with extreme seasonal variations. Star maps and ocean currents pointing south feature prominently in traditional Polynesian navigation, but some of these celestial maps describe star positions that can only be observed from latitudes far south of any Pacific island. Traditional navigators learned to read the subtle signs of land's presence, the flight patterns of seabirds, the color and movement of clouds, the phosphorescence of waves at distances of up to 100 miles. But some navigation chants describe these land-finding techniques being used in waters so far south that they would place Polynesian voyagers in the approaches to Antarctica itself. The great southern continent in Pacific oral traditions is known by various names across different island cultures, but the descriptions show remarkable consistency. It is described as a land of extremes, where volcanic heat creates pockets of warmth amid vast expanses of ice, where the sun behaves differently than in the Pacific, and where the seasons follow patterns unknown in tropical regions. Most significantly, many traditions describe this southern land as having undergone dramatic changes, transforming from a place where people could live and travel to a frozen wilderness accessible only to the most skilled navigators. Navigation techniques that defy conventional understanding were standard practice among Polynesian voyagers. They could determine their position by the feel of ocean swells, navigate by the taste and temperature of seawater, and find tiny islands across thousands of miles of featureless ocean using only observations of stars, waves, and wildlife. European navigators, armed with compass, sextant, and chronometer, could barely match the accuracy of Polynesian wayfinders using only their senses and traditional knowledge. But if Polynesian navigators possessed such sophisticated oceanic skills, why should we assume their knowledge was limited to the tropical Pacific? Their navigation techniques were specifically adapted for long-distance voyaging in the southern hemisphere, using stars and ocean currents that become more prominent as one travels toward the Antarctic. The traditional Polynesian sailing season coincides with weather, patterns that would favor southward voyaging, and their double-hulled vessel designs were capable of handling the rougher seas encountered at higher latitudes. Stories of ancestors who sailed beyond the known world often include details that suggest direct observation of Antarctic conditions. These tales describe ice formations, weather patterns, and wildlife that have no parallel in the tropical Pacific. They include astronomical observations, the behavior of the Southern Cross at extreme southern latitudes, the appearance of auroras, the midnight sun, and polar night cycles that could only have been made by navigators who had traveled far into the Southern Ocean. Perhaps most intriguingly, some Polynesian traditions describe the southern continent as a source of special knowledge, a place where their ancestors learned advanced techniques of astronomy, agriculture, and social organization. These stories suggest not just accidental discovery of Antarctica, but sustained contact and cultural exchange with whoever or whatever they found there. On the western shores of South America, where the Andes Mountains rise from the Pacific and the continent reaches toward Antarctica across the Drake Passage, ancient civilizations developed that seem to have maintained their own connections to the frozen South. From the high-altitude cities of the Inca to the mysterious stone structures of Tiwanaku, South American cultures preserved knowledge and techniques that suggest contact with beings or civilizations far more advanced than conventional archaeology acknowledges. Inca legends of white-skinned teachers from the south persist throughout Andean oral traditions, describing visitors who arrived from across the southern sea bringing knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and construction techniques that transformed South American civilization. These teachers, known by names like Viracocha and Quetzalcoatl, are described as coming from a land of ice and fire, a place where the sun behaved differently and where their ancestors had learned to work with forces of nature unknown in other parts of the world. What makes these legends particularly intriguing is their consistency across cultures that had no known contact with each other. From Colombia to Chile, indigenous peoples preserved remarkably similar stories of southern teachers who possessed advanced knowledge of stoneworking, metallurgy, and astronomical calculation. These teachers are invariably described as having come from the direction of Antarctica, arriving by sea during periods of climatic upheaval, and eventually returning to their southern homeland when their work was complete. Ancient astronomical alignments focused on the southern pole appear throughout pre-Columbian architecture in South America. While most ancient astronomical alignments track the movement of the sun, moon, and visible planets, many South American sites include precise orientations toward the south celestial polar direction that has no obvious importance for agricultural or ceremonial purposes unless one had specific knowledge of southern hemisphere navigation or cultural connections to far southern lands. The massive stone structures at Tiwanaku, built at an altitude of over 12,000 feet in the Bolivian Andes, demonstrate construction techniques that rival anything achieved by ancient civilizations anywhere in the world. The precision of the stonework, the size of individual blocks, and the sophisticated understanding of engineering principles required to build at such altitude suggest access to knowledge and techniques that don't appear elsewhere in the archaeological record until much later periods. Mysterious stone structures pointing toward Antarctica appear throughout the southern Andes, from Chile to Argentina. These are not random alignments, but precise orientations, often involving massive stone markers or architectural elements that point directly toward the Drake Passage and the route to Antarctica. Some of these structures include carved astronomical symbols that make sense only when interpreted as navigation aids for voyagers heading toward the southern pole. The Tiwanaku connection becomes particularly relevant when we consider the civilization's mastery of high-altitude agriculture, advanced stoneworking, and precise astronomical observation. Tiwanaku flourished between 300 and 1000 CE, during a period when global climate conditions were relatively warm and when Antarctic ice coverage may have been significantly reduced. The civilization's sudden appearance, technological sophistication, and eventual mysterious abandonment match the pattern we might expect from a culture that maintained contact with advanced Antarctic civilizations. Shared technologies between distant civilizations appear most clearly in South American connections to the Pacific Islands. The sweet potato, a South American crop, somehow reached Polynesia long before European contact. Linguistic similarities exist between some South American and Polynesian languages. Most remarkably, both cultures developed similar long-distance navigation techniques and similar oral traditions about southern lands beyond the reach of normal voyaging. Why separate cultures remember the same impossible things becomes the central question when we examine the global pattern of Antarctic memories. From Australia to the Pacific Islands to South America, indigenous peoples who had no known contact with each other preserved remarkably similar traditions about a great southern land that was once habitable, that underwent dramatic climatic changes, and that served as a source of advanced knowledge during humanity's early development. The persistence of specific details across unconnected societies suggests that these traditions preserve memories of actual events rather than shared mythological archetypes. The consistency extends to precise geographical descriptions, astronomical observations, and technological details that would be difficult to invent independently. When Aboriginal songlines, Polynesian navigation chants, and Inca historical accounts all describe the same southern aurora phenomena, the same seasonal light patterns, and the same techniques for surviving in extreme cold, coincidence becomes less plausible than common origin. How oral tradition preserves what written records lose becomes clear when we compare the depth and accuracy of indigenous memory with the fragmentary nature of written historical sources. While libraries burn and archives are lost, oral traditions are preserved in multiple copies, in the minds of everyone who has learned the songs, heard the stories, and participated in the cultural transmission process. This distributed storage system is remarkably resilient, capable of preserving detailed information across time spans that dwarf the survival of any written document. The science of collective memory and inherited knowledge reveals mechanisms by which accurate information can be transmitted across hundreds of generations without significant degradation. Recent research in cognitive science and cultural anthropology has shown that oral traditions, particularly those embedded in song, ceremony, and sacred narrative, can maintain historical accuracy for periods previously thought impossible. Studies of Australian Aboriginal traditions have verified the historical accuracy of stories describing geographical events, floods, volcanic eruptions, sea level changes that occurred over 10,000 years ago. If oral tradition can preserve accurate memory of such ancient events, why should we doubt its ability to preserve memory of human contact with Antarctica during earlier periods of reduced ice coverage? When the whole world remembers something, perhaps it happened. This principle of convergent testimony becomes compelling when we consider the global distribution of Antarctic memories. These are not isolated stories preserved by single cultures, but consistent traditions maintained by peoples separated by vast distances and vastly different environments. The convergence is too precise, too detailed, too consistent across too many variables to be explained by coincidence, cultural diffusion, or shared mythological archetypes. The memory keepers, Aboriginal elders, Polynesian navigators, Andean storytellers, represent humanity's oldest and most reliable historical witnesses. Their traditions reach back not just centuries or millennia, but tens of thousands of years, preserving knowledge of a time when the world was different, when the frozen continent at the bottom of the world was alive with possibilities, and when human beings may have been far more sophisticated than we have ever imagined. As we prepare to examine the physical evidence that modern technology is finally beginning to reveal beneath Antarctica's ice, we carry with us the testimony of these memory keepers, the songs that remember warm Antarctic springs, the navigation chants that point toward ice-free harbors, and the stories that insist that what we think impossible has happened before and may happen again. From the realm of ancient memory and oral tradition, we now enter the shadowed corridors of modern secrecy, where the whispers of indigenous elders meet the classified documents of military archives. if Aboriginal songlines and Polynesian navigation chants preserved memories of Antarctica's habitable past. What happened when the world's most powerful military finally possessed the technology to investigate these claims directly? What did they discover when advanced aircraft, sophisticated equipment, and thousands of personnel were deployed to explore the continent that maps had shown as temperate and stories had described as inhabited? The answer lies in one of the most mysterious military operations of the post-war era. An expedition so massive in scale and so abrupt in termination that it continues to generate questions 7 decades after its conclusion. Operation High Jump was officially described as a scientific and training mission, but its true objectives, its startling discoveries, and the reasons for its sudden cancellation remain shrouded in classification levels that suggest secrets far more profound than routine military exercises. In the closing months of 1946, as the world struggled to rebuild from the devastation of global war, the United States Navy launched the largest Antarctic expedition in human history. Operation High Jump, officially designated Task Force 68, assembled a force of staggering proportions: 4,700 men, 13 ships including an aircraft carrier, 33 aircraft, and enough supplies to sustain operations for 8 months in the most hostile environment on Earth. The largest Antarctic expedition in history. Why? The official explanation was scientific research and military training, preparing American forces for operations in extreme polar conditions during an era when the Cold War was beginning to cast its chill across international relations. Antarctica, they claimed, provided an ideal testing ground for equipment, tactics, and personnel in conditions that might be encountered in future conflicts with the Soviet Union. But the scale of Operation High Jump suggested objectives far beyond routine military training. No previous Antarctic expedition had required anything approaching such massive resources. Robert Falcon Scott's tragic journey to the South Pole in 1912 had involved 65 men and 2 ships. Ernest Shackleton's legendary Endurance expedition comprised 28 men and a single vessel. Even the most ambitious scientific expeditions of the 1930s had never exceeded a few hundred personnel and a handful of ships. The expedition was placed under the command of Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, America's most experienced polar explorer, a man who had already completed 4 previous Antarctic expeditions and held the distinction of being the first person to fly over the South Pole. Byrd was no stranger to Antarctic mysteries. His earlier expeditions had reported anomalous findings that had never been fully explained or published. If anyone could be trusted to investigate the continent's deepest secrets, it was the man who had spent more time in Antarctic skies than any human alive. Official objectives versus rumored discoveries began to diverge almost immediately upon the expedition's arrival in Antarctic waters. Publicly, Task Force 68 was engaged in mapping coastlines, testing equipment, and conducting routine scientific observations. But the expedition's activities suggested a more focused search operation, with aircraft conducting systematic photographic surveys of specific inland regions, ground teams investigating particular geographical features, and what appeared to be excavation work at several sites far from the official research stations. The expedition, planned for 8 months, ended after 8 weeks. This abrupt termination remains one of the most puzzling aspects of Operation High Jump. Military operations of such scale and expense are not canceled lightly, particularly when they encounter no apparent external obstacles. The official explanation cited adverse weather conditions, but Antarctica in the Austral summer of 1946-47 experienced relatively mild weather patterns. Other expeditions had successfully operated in far worse conditions for much longer periods. What did they find that made them leave so quickly? The question haunts every examination of Operation High Jump. because the expedition's sudden departure was accompanied by an equally sudden classification of all findings. Thousands of photographs were taken, hundreds of hours of film were shot, extensive scientific measurements were recorded, and virtually all of it disappeared into classified archives where it remains to this day. Admiral Byrd's own statements upon returning to the United States provided tantalizing clues about discoveries that had not been anticipated. In interviews with Chilean and American press, he spoke of encountering a land of mystery and warned that the United States must adopt protective measures against hostile regions. Most cryptically, he suggested that Antarctica contained resources of a magnitude that could revolutionize the world. A strange statement about a continent officially regarded as a frozen wasteland, devoid of significant mineral wealth or strategic importance. The speed of the expedition's departure suggested either a complete failure to achieve objectives or a success so overwhelming that continued operations were deemed too dangerous to continue. Given the resources invested and the prestige attached to the mission, complete failure seems unlikely. The alternative that they found what they were looking for and were forced to retreat because of the implications offers a more plausible explanation for the operation's mysterious conclusion. In the decades following Operation High Jump, rumors began to circulate about a secret diary kept by Admiral Byrd during the expedition, a personal record that allegedly described discoveries far beyond anything acknowledged in official reports. Whether authentic or fabricated, this diary has become one of the most discussed documents in alternative Antarctic research, not because its authenticity can be verified, but because its contents align so precisely with other anomalous evidence surrounding the expedition. Byrd's alleged flight beyond the South Pole forms the centerpiece of the diary's most extraordinary claims. According to this account, during a routine mapping flight over the polar plateau, Byrd's aircraft encountered a warm air current that led to a region of ice-free valleys where temperatures were comfortable and vegetation was growing. The diary describes flying over lakes, rivers, and what appeared to be ancient ruins or structures that showed clear signs of artificial construction. Descriptions of green valleys and warm air in the heart of Antarctica would normally be dismissed as fantasy, but they align remarkably with geological evidence of geothermal activity beneath the ice sheet. Modern research has confirmed the existence of extensive geothermal systems in Antarctica, volcanic activity that creates pockets of warmth even in the depths of polar winter. Ice-penetrating radar has detected liquid water lakes beneath miles of ice, and satellite thermal imaging has revealed anomalous warm spots scattered across the continent. The diary's most controversial claims involve encounters with advanced beings and their warnings about humanity's destructive path. According to this account, Byrd's aircraft was approached by disc-shaped craft that guided him to a landing site where he met with representatives of an advanced civilization that had been observing surface world developments with growing concern. These beings allegedly possessed technology far beyond anything achieved by surface humanity, including mastery of gravitational forces and energy systems that left no pollution or waste. The message about surface world's destructive path, as recorded in the alleged diary, focused on humanity's development of nuclear weapons and the potential for self-destruction that this represented. The Antarctic beings were described as warning that surface humanity was following a path that had led to the destruction of previous advanced civilizations, and that unless humanity changed course, similar devastation was inevitable. Whether authentic or fabricated, why does the story persist? This question cuts to the heart of the diary's significance in Antarctic research. If the document is genuine, it provides first-hand testimony of discoveries that would revolutionize our understanding of human history and our planet's hidden inhabitants. If it is fabricated, its persistence and detailed consistency with other anomalous evidence suggests that someone with extensive knowledge of Antarctic mysteries created it to communicate information that could not be disclosed through official channels. The diary's descriptions of Antarctic geography, weather patterns, and geological features demonstrate remarkable accuracy for a document that appeared decades before satellite confirmation of many Antarctic anomalies. Details about geothermal activity, subsurface water systems, and ice-free valleys have been progressively validated by modern research, suggesting either genuine first-hand observation or access to classified scientific data not available to civilian researchers. Most intriguingly, the diary's technological descriptions of the aircraft and equipment encountered during the alleged meeting show understanding of advanced propulsion principles that were largely theoretical in 1947, but have since become the focus of serious scientific research. The document describes anti-gravity systems, zero-point energy extraction, and environmental control technologies that match concepts now being explored by cutting-edge physics research. The persistence of the bird diary story despite official denial and the absence of authentication suggests that it serves a function beyond simple hoax or entertainment. Whether genuine or constructed, it communicates ideas and possibilities that resonate with other evidence of Antarctic anomalies, providing a narrative framework that helps explain the extraordinary secrecy surrounding Antarctic operations and the consistent pattern of discoveries followed by classification. The conclusion of Operation High Jump marked not an end to military interest in Antarctica, but the beginning of an unprecedented period of international activity on the continent. Within months of Byrd's return, multiple nations launched their own expeditions to Antarctica, creating a sudden surge of exploration activity that had no precedent in the continent's history. Sudden international interest in Antarctic territories followed patterns that suggested coordinated response to shared intelligence rather than independent scientific curiosity. Britain, Argentina, Chile, Norway, France, Australia, and the Soviet Union all established permanent research stations in Antarctica within a few years of Operation High Jump's conclusion. The timing and locations of these installations suggested that each nation was staking claims to specific regions based on information about their strategic or resource value. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 emerged from this period of international competition, but its provisions were unusual for a document supposedly focused on scientific cooperation and environmental protection. The treaty established Antarctica as a continent dedicated to peaceful purposes, but it also included restrictions on civilian access that had no parallel in other international agreements. Certain areas were designated as permanently off-limits to non-military personnel, with enforcement provisions that suggested the protection of specific sites or discoveries rather than general environmental concerns. Areas permanently off-limits to civilian exploration continue to exist throughout Antarctica, marked on maps as restricted zones or military reservations. These restricted areas don't correspond to known environmental hazards or wildlife protection needs. They are scattered across the continent in locations that seem to have been selected based on other criteria. Attempts by civilian researchers to obtain permits for work in these areas are routinely denied without explanation, and the legal frameworks governing access are structured to prevent challenge or appeal. Military installations in a supposedly peaceful continent have proliferated since the treaty's signing, despite provisions that theoretically prohibit military activities. Every major Antarctic research station includes military personnel, military communications equipment, and military-grade security systems. The distinction between scientific research and military operations has become increasingly blurred, with many installations serving dual purposes that are not acknowledged in public documentation. The pattern of secrecy that continues today extends far beyond the classification of historical documents to encompass ongoing Antarctic operations. Modern expeditions routinely discover anomalies, unusual geological formations, unexpected biological findings, technological artifacts that are reported in preliminary scientific papers, but then disappear from follow-up research. Scientists who report unusual findings often find their funding cut, their access to Antarctic facilities restricted, or their careers quietly redirected away from Antarctic research. International coordination of Antarctic secrecy suggests that whatever was discovered during the post-war expeditions was significant enough to require ongoing multinational cooperation to contain. The Antarctic Treaty System has evolved into one of the most comprehensive international security regimes ever created, with information-sharing protocols, access restrictions, and enforcement mechanisms that operate largely outside public oversight or democratic accountability. The transformation of Antarctica from a continent of purely scientific interest into a highly regulated, militarily controlled territory happened with remarkable speed following Operation High Jump. This transformation suggests that the expedition's discoveries were significant enough to fundamentally alter how world governments view the continent and its strategic importance. In the age of satellite surveillance and digital imaging, maintaining absolute secrecy about physical discoveries has become increasingly difficult. Yet Antarctica remains one of the few places on Earth where mysterious phenomena continue to appear and disappear from public view with suspicious regularity, where high-resolution imagery is selectively edited or restricted, and where anomalous findings are acknowledged briefly before vanishing from accessible databases. Satellite images of geometric structures beneath ice appear periodically in public databases, showing formations too regular to be natural, but too large to be recent human construction. These images typically remain available for brief periods, days, or weeks, before being replaced with alternative images of the same locations showing only natural ice formations. The substitution is often so seamless that researchers who fail to download images immediately find themselves unable to relocate the anomalous formations. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected artificial structures, metallic objects, and geometrically precise cavities beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. These findings are occasionally reported in scientific literature, described as unusual geological formations or anomalous survey results, but follow-up investigations are rarely funded or published. The pattern suggests a system of limited disclosure followed by systematic suppression, allowing scientific curiosity to be acknowledged while preventing detailed investigation. Unexplained heat signatures in permanently frozen regions continue to appear in thermal satellite imagery, showing temperatures that indicate liquid water or even tropical conditions in areas where such warmth should be impossible. These thermal anomalies often correlate with locations marked as restricted zones in Antarctic treaty documentation, suggesting that access limitations may be designed to prevent investigation of sites where unusual conditions have been detected. Temporary disappearance of images from public databases has become a routine occurrence in Antarctic research. Civilian researchers have documented systematic removal of satellite imagery, ground-based photographs, and even scientific data from publicly accessible archives. Images that show unusual formations, thermal anomalies, or geometric structures are particularly prone to deletion, often replaced with generic images that reveal no unusual features. Reports from research station personnel provide the most compelling evidence of ongoing Antarctic anomalies, though such reports are typically retracted, denied, or explained away shortly after they surface. Station personnel have described encounters with unidentified aircraft, discovery of artificial structures during routine operations, and detection of electromagnetic phenomena that don't correspond to known natural or human-generated sources. In a world of global surveillance, Antarctica remains strangely opaque. Despite the proliferation of satellites, the expansion of communication networks, and the increasing transparency of most global activities, Antarctica continues to operate under information restrictions that seem designed to prevent public awareness of ongoing activities rather than to protect scientific research or environmental resources. The contrast between Antarctica's information opacity and the transparency of other remote regions is striking. Arctic research, deep ocean exploration, and even activities in space are routinely documented and shared with public audiences. Antarctic research, despite being conducted by publicly funded institutions and supposedly dedicated to scientific advancement, operates under restrictions that have no parallel in other fields of inquiry. How an advanced civilization could remain hidden in Antarctica becomes a less theoretical question when we consider the technological possibilities that could make such concealment feasible. An advanced civilization with even modest technological superiority over surface humanity could maintain invisibility through methods that would seem impossible to us, but would be routine applications of technologies we are only beginning to understand. Subsurface living adapted to extreme seasonal variations would be the most obvious survival strategy for any civilization facing the transition from temperate to polar conditions. But subsurface habitation for an advanced civilization could involve far more sophisticated approaches than simple underground shelters. Geothermal tap systems could provide unlimited clean energy. Advanced atmospheric processing could maintain comfortable environments at any depth, and controlled ecosystem management could create self-sustaining communities independent of surface conditions. Geothermal energy sources beneath the ice provide virtually unlimited power for any civilization with the technology to access them safely. Antarctica sits atop some of the most active geothermal systems on Earth, with volcanic activity, hot springs, and thermal vents that could power advanced manufacturing, environmental control, and transportation systems. An advanced civilization with geothermal technology could operate indefinitely beneath the ice without leaving any surface signature that would be detectable by conventional surveillance. Advanced materials, science, and environmental control would allow the construction of habitats that could maintain tropical conditions even in the heart of Antarctica. Materials that efficiently capture and redirect geothermal energy, atmospheric processors that could create and maintain breathable environments, and architectural techniques that could create comfortable living spaces while remaining completely hidden from surface detection are all within the realm of theoretical possibility for sufficiently advanced engineering. The possibility of technology indistinguishable from magic becomes relevant when considering how an advanced Antarctic civilization might interact with the surface world. Technologies based on principles we don't yet understand. Manipulation of gravitational forces, direct energy-to-matter conversion, consciousness-based control systems could allow activities that would seem miraculous to surface observers while being routine applications of understood principles for the advanced civilization. Electromagnetic stealth systems could render installations invisible to satellite surveillance. Acoustic dampening could eliminate the sound signatures that would otherwise reveal large-scale activities, and holographic projection could create false surface images that conceal subsurface activities. Each of these technologies exists in primitive form in current military research. Their advanced applications could make entire cities invisible to surface detection. The technology gap between surface humanity and a hypothetical Antarctic civilization need not be enormous to create effective concealment. Even modest advances in material science, energy systems, and environmental control could enable permanent habitation in environments that surface humanity finds barely survivable for brief periods. The difference between survival and comfort, between temporary visitation and permanent residence, could be bridged by technological advances that represent incremental rather than revolutionary progress beyond current capabilities. As we prepare to examine the physical evidence that modern archaeological techniques are beginning to reveal, we must consider the possibility that what we interpret as ancient ruins or natural anomalies may actually be the deliberately concealed infrastructure of a civilization that chose concealment over contact, secrecy over revelation, and patience over confrontation with a surface world that may not yet be ready for the truths that Antarctica continues to preserve beneath its ice. From the classified corridors of military operations and the deliberate opacity of modern Antarctic secrecy, we turn now to the ice itself, where the most patient and impartial witness of all has been preserving evidence in crystalline archives that no government can classify, no treaty can restrict, and no official denial can make disappear. The ice holds everything in suspension: natural phenomena and artificial traces, the signatures of geological processes and the whispers of purposeful construction, the remnants of ancient ecosystems and perhaps the fragments of ancient civilizations. These archaeological whispers speak in a language older than human words, written in stone and metal and organic compounds that have waited beneath miles of frozen water for the moment when technology would finally advance enough to hear their testimony. They emerge not as dramatic revelations, but as subtle anomalies, unusual patterns, traces of regularity in landscapes that should show only the random sculptures of wind and weather and time. Deep beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, in realms that have remained unchanged since before humans walked upright, scientific instruments are detecting traces that challenge our understanding of what can exist in such extreme isolation. These are not the obvious remains of recent human activity, but signatures embedded in the very structure of the continent, preserved in conditions so stable that they have remained essentially unchanged for hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of years. Lake Vostok's pristine ecosystem after 15 million years represents perhaps the most extraordinary example of Antarctica's power to preserve the impossible. This vast lake, larger than Lake Ontario, lies beneath 2.5 miles of solid ice, completely sealed from the surface world for geological ages. When Russian researchers finally penetrated its icy ceiling in 2012, they discovered not the sterile water they expected, but a thriving ecosystem containing microorganisms unlike anything found anywhere else on Earth. The biological discoveries in Lake Vostok were remarkable enough life forms that had evolved in complete isolation, developing unique biochemistries adapted to extreme pressure, perpetual darkness, and temperatures that hover just above freezing. But equally intriguing were the non-biological anomalies detected during the drilling process. Geometric structures on the lake floor that appeared too regular to be natural formations, acoustic signatures that didn't match known geological phenomena, and electromagnetic anomalies that suggested the presence of metallic objects embedded in the lake's sediments. Ancient mountains preserved under ice sheets tell stories that stretch back far beyond the conventional timeline of human civilization. The Gumburtsev mountain range, buried beneath miles of ice in the heart of East Antarctica, was completely unknown until airborne radar surveys revealed its existence in the 1950s. These mountains rival the Alps in size and complexity, yet they have been hidden beneath ice for over 30 million years, their peaks and valleys preserved in perfect detail like a three-dimensional photograph from the deep past. But the Gumburtsev mountains contain anomalies that purely geological processes struggle to explain. Satellite gravitometric surveys have detected density variations that suggest artificial structures integrated into the mountain faces, chambers, tunnels, and geometric cavities that appear too regular and too purposefully arranged to be natural cave formations. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed what appear to be networks of interconnected spaces, some filled with air rather than ice, suggesting the possibility of maintained atmospheric environments deep within the mountain structure. Fossilized forests from temperate periods provide unambiguous evidence that Antarctica once supported complex ecosystems during extended warm intervals. Coal deposits, fossilized tree trunks, and pollen samples from deep ice cores all testify to times when the continent bloomed with life. But some of these biological remains show signs of deliberate cultivation tree ring patterns that suggest controlled growing conditions, forest layouts that appear planned rather than random, and associated pollen that indicates the presence of agricultural crops that should not have existed in prehistoric Antarctica. Geometric anomalies detected by ground-penetrating radar appear throughout the Antarctic landscape, scattered across regions that have been ice-covered for millennia. These are not the random patterns that geological processes typically create, but angular, symmetrical formations that suggest purposeful construction. Linear arrangements of dense objects, circular patterns of void spaces, and rectangular outlines that appear to be building foundations or structural frameworks show up with suspicious regularity in radar surveys of supposedly virgin territory. Structures too regular to be natural formations have been identified by multiple independent research teams using different detection methods. Seismic surveys reveal chambers with artificially smooth walls. Acoustic mapping detects spaces with geometric proportions, and magnetic field measurements indicate the presence of ferrous objects arranged in patterns that suggest technological rather than geological origins. The consistency of these findings across different survey techniques makes random error or instrumental malfunction increasingly unlikely explanations. Perhaps no Antarctic discovery has generated more controversy than the identification of what appear to be pyramid-like structures in some of the continent's most remote regions. These formations, first detected in satellite imagery and later confirmed by ground surveys, possess characteristics that place them at the center of debates about the possibility of ancient construction in Antarctica. 3 pyramid-like structures in the Ellsworth Mountains were first identified in 2016 through analysis of satellite imagery released by NASA's Operation Icebridge program. The structures appear as symmetrical, 4-sided pyramids emerging from the ice, with dimensions and proportions that closely match those of known ancient pyramids in Egypt and Central America. Their geometric perfection, consistent orientation, and strategic positioning suggest either an extraordinary coincidence of natural geological processes or evidence of intentional construction by beings capable of monumental architecture. Natural formation versus artificial construction debates have raged among researchers since the structure's discovery. Conventional geology argues that wind erosion, ice flow, and natural weathering processes can create formations that appear artificial, but are actually the result of natural forces acting on regular geological features. The pyramid shapes, according to this interpretation, represent natural geological outcrops that have been sculpted by environmental forces into forms that coincidentally resemble human architecture. But detailed analysis of the structures reveals characteristics that natural formation struggles to explain. The pyramids show precise geometric relationships between their angles, their sides, and their orientations that would require an extraordinary series of coincidences to occur naturally. Their surfaces appear to be constructed of fitted stone blocks rather than single geological formations, and their positioning relative to each other suggests planning and coordination that geological processes rarely achieve. Similar structures found in remote regions worldwide add weight to the artificial construction hypothesis. Pyramid-like formations have been identified in locations as diverse as the mountains of China, the forests of Bosnia, the deserts of Sudan, and now the ice fields of Antarctica. The global distribution of these structures, their consistent geometric principles, and their common characteristics suggest either a worldwide natural phenomenon that science has failed to recognize, or evidence of ancient construction capabilities that far exceeded what conventional archaeology acknowledges. Government restrictions on civilian investigation have prevented detailed study of the Antarctic pyramids, despite their obvious scientific importance. Requests for research permits to study the structures are routinely denied. Areas around the pyramids have been designated as environmentally sensitive zones closed to non-governmental research, and attempts to organize independent expeditions have been blocked through various administrative and legal mechanisms. The pattern of discovery followed by silence has become familiar in Antarctic research. Initial discoveries are reported in scientific literature or mainstream media, generating public interest and calls for further investigation. But follow-up research is consistently underfunded, delayed, or redirected toward other projects. Scientists who persist in studying controversial Antarctic discoveries often find their careers stalled, their funding cut, and their access to Antarctic research facilities mysteriously restricted. This pattern of suppression suggests that the pyramid structures represent discoveries that someone considers too sensitive for public investigation. Whether this sensitivity stems from their potential to rewrite human history, their strategic importance to national interests, or their connection to ongoing classified activities, the consistent obstruction of research indicates that these structures are far more significant than routine geological formations. Beyond the large-scale structures that capture headlines and generate controversy, Antarctica yields subtler evidence of advanced engineering capabilities, traces of precision work, sophisticated materials, and technological achievements that appear in contexts where they should not exist according to conventional chronology. Precision-cut stones in regions that should have none appear in locations throughout Antarctica where human presence is officially denied and where the geological composition should preclude the existence of worked stone. These are not rough-hewn rocks shaped by crude tools, but precisely cut blocks showing evidence of advanced stoneworking techniques. The cuts are clean, the angles exact, and the fitting between adjacent blocks achieved with tolerances that modern stoneworkers struggle to match. The precision of these stoneworks suggests the use of cutting tools far more advanced than conventional archaeology associates with prehistoric periods. The smooth surfaces, perfect angles, and intricate joinery visible in Antarctic stonework require either diamond-tipped cutting implements or energy-based cutting systems that can slice through granite and basalt with surgical precision. Such tools should not exist in any pre-industrial context. Yet the evidence of their use is scattered across Antarctica's landscape like signatures of a lost technological civilization. Tool marks suggesting advanced technology appear on stone surfaces throughout Antarctic archaeological sites. These are not the rough pecking marks or grinding striations that primitive tools typically leave, but smooth, uniform cutting marks that suggest the use of high-speed rotary tools, laser cutting systems, or other advanced technologies. Some marks show evidence of multiple cutting passes with precisely controlled depth, suggesting the use of computer-guided machinery or manual tools of extraordinary precision. Materials that shouldn't exist in Antarctic geology have been discovered in contexts that suggest artificial introduction rather than natural occurrence. Metals and alloys that don't match the continent's known geological composition appear in ice cores, surface deposits, and subsurface formations. Some of these materials show evidence of deliberate refinement and processing, with purities and compositions that exceed what natural geological processes typically produce. Artifacts found in ice cores at impossible depths represent perhaps the most challenging evidence of Antarctic prehistory. These objects worked metals, processed materials, and geometric forms that appear to be manufactured rather than natural appear in ice layers that represent time periods far preceding any acknowledged human presence in Antarctica. The objects are preserved in perfect condition by the ice, showing no signs of corrosion or degradation despite their apparent great age. Evidence of complex metallurgy in prehistoric Antarctica includes not just the presence of refined metals, but indications of sophisticated alloying, metalworking, and materials science. Microscopic analysis reveals evidence of controlled atmospheric processing, precision temperature control, and advanced understanding of material properties that shouldn't exist in any prehistoric context. The sophistication of these metallurgical techniques surpasses the capabilities of many historical civilizations and approaches the level of modern industrial processes. Antarctica's unique role as both destroyer and preserver creates conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth, where evidence of ancient activity can be perfectly maintained for geological time periods while remaining completely inaccessible to investigation. This preservation paradox means that Antarctica may contain the most complete archaeological record of very ancient human activity, while simultaneously being the least accessible location for archaeological research. How ice preserves what time would normally destroy becomes clear when we understand the specific conditions that exist beneath Antarctica's ice sheets. In most environments, organic materials decay, metals corrode, and even stone structures gradually crumble under the influence of weather, biological activity, and chemical processes. But beneath Antarctica's ice, in environments of stable temperature, absence of oxygen, and protection from solar radiation, even the most fragile materials can survive indefinitely. Organic materials lasting hundreds of thousands of years have been recovered from various depths in Antarctic ice, preserved in such perfect condition that cellular structures remain intact and genetic material can still be extracted and analyzed. If such delicate biological materials can survive for such vast time periods, then more durable evidence of human activity tools, structures, manufactured objects could remain perfectly preserved far longer than anywhere else on Earth. The possibility of intact structures and technologies lying beneath Antarctic ice represents a treasure trove of archaeological evidence that may far exceed anything found in traditional archaeological sites. While surface civilizations have left only fragments and ruins after millennia of exposure to weather and human disturbance, Antarctic archaeological sites could contain complete buildings, intact machinery, and perfectly preserved examples of ancient technologies. Why Antarctica is both tomb and time capsule reflects the continent's unique position in Earth's climatic cycles. During warm interglacial periods, Antarctica could support advanced civilizations with access to abundant resources and favorable environmental conditions. But when ice ages return, advancing glaciers would bury everything in perfectly preserving ice, creating archaeological sites that remain unchanged until the next warming cycle makes them accessible again. The ice gives up its secrets slowly, deliberately, like a careful librarian revealing precious manuscripts only when the reader has demonstrated proper preparation and respect. Each discovery requires advanced technology, enormous expense, and considerable risk. The ice tests the worthiness of those who seek to learn from its archives, ensuring that only those with genuine dedication and appropriate capability gain access to the knowledge it preserves. Perhaps the most intriguing evidence of Antarctica's hidden past comes not from stone or metal artifacts, but from the life forms that have adapted to survive in the continent's extreme environments. These biological anomalies suggest possibilities that extend far beyond conventional evolution, hinting at ecosystems that may have been deliberately engineered and life forms that bridge the gap between primitive and advanced biological organization. Life forms adapted to extreme subterranean conditions exist throughout Antarctica's hidden ecosystems, thriving in environments that should be completely sterile. These organisms have developed biochemistries that allow them to survive in perpetual darkness, extreme cold, and isolation from surface ecosystems. But some of these adaptations appear too sophisticated, too perfectly suited to their environments, to be the result of random evolutionary processes. Genetic anomalies in Antarctic species include characteristics that don't match the evolutionary history that conventional biology would predict. Some Antarctic microorganisms possess genetic sequences that appear to be artificially introduced rather than naturally evolved, showing evidence of deliberate genetic engineering that predates human understanding of DNA by millennia. The sophistication of these genetic modifications suggests the work of beings with advanced knowledge of biological systems. Underground ecosystems thriving without sunlight have developed energy cycles and ecological relationships that seem to represent complete, integrated biological systems rather than the simple bacterial communities that surface science would expect. These ecosystems include complex food webs, sophisticated predator-prey relationships, and ecological balance mechanisms that suggest either extremely long periods of isolated evolution or deliberate biological engineering to create self-sustaining life support systems. The possibility of engineered organisms becomes increasingly plausible when we examine the specific adaptations that allow life to flourish in Antarctica's extreme environments. These adaptations often appear to be precisely tailored solutions to specific environmental challenges, showing evidence of intention and planning, rather than the random mutations and natural selection that drive conventional evolution. Living systems that bridge the gap between primitive and advanced may represent the most significant evidence of Antarctica's prehistoric sophistication. These organisms show characteristics that conventional biology associates with both simple prehistoric life forms and complex modern biological systems, as if they represent evolutionary links that were artificially created rather than naturally developed. As we prepare to examine how climate catastrophe could have transformed a thriving Antarctic civilization into the frozen mystery we find today, we must consider that the biological evidence may be as important as the archaeological remains. Life, even more than stone or metal, preserves the signatures of intelligence, intention, and advanced capability. And in Antarctica's hidden ecosystems, life continues to whisper stories of a past that may have been far more sophisticated than our present. From the frozen archives where evidence waits in crystalline suspension, we must now confront the mechanism that could have transformed Antarctica from the temperate paradise suggested by ancient maps and indigenous memories into the ice-locked fortress we know today. This transformation was not a gradual process unfolding over millions of years, but a climatic catastrophe that struck with geological swiftness, turning thriving ecosystems into frozen wasteland faster than civilizations could adapt, or forcing them to adapt in ways that would ensure their survival but guarantee their concealment from the surface world that emerged after the ice. Understanding how quickly paradise can become prison requires us to abandon our comfortable assumptions about the stability of climate, the gradual nature of geological change, and the predictable patterns of environmental transformation. Earth's climate system is not a steady progression but a delicate balance that can shift dramatically when critical thresholds are crossed, tipping the planet from one stable state to another with breathtaking speed. To understand how an advanced Antarctic civilization could have been buried beneath ice, we must first grasp how quickly ice ages can begin and how rapidly advancing glaciers can transform entire continents. Modern climatology has revealed that major climate shifts don't unfold gradually over millions of years, but can occur within decades or even years when atmospheric and oceanic systems reach critical tipping points. How quickly ice ages can begin. Lessons from history emerge from ice core data that reveals the true speed of climate change throughout Earth's past. The transition from the medieval warm period to the Little Ice Age occurred within a single generation. The Younger Dryas cold period began so abruptly that temperatures in northern Europe dropped 10 degrees Celsius within a decade, plunging the region back into Ice Age conditions just as the world was warming from the last glacial period. But even more dramatic examples exist in the geological record. Ice core analysis from Greenland shows temperature changes of 15 degrees Celsius occurring within years, sometimes within months. Ocean current patterns can shift their entire configuration in response to subtle changes in salinity, temperature, or atmospheric pressure, redirecting tropical warmth away from polar regions and initiating ice sheet formation with startling rapidity. The transition from temperate to frozen in decades, not millennia, becomes plausible when we understand how ice sheet formation creates its own acceleration mechanisms. As ice coverage increases, more solar energy is reflected back to space rather than absorbed by dark land or ocean surfaces. This cooling effect promotes further ice formation, which increases reflectivity further, creating a feedback loop that can transform continental climate systems within human lifetimes. An advanced Antarctic civilization during the Eemian interglacial period, 200,000 years ago, would have experienced one of these dramatic climate shifts as global atmospheric conditions reached a tipping point and Antarctica transitioned from temperate to polar conditions. Archaeological evidence suggests that this transition occurred rapidly enough to catch complex ecosystems unprepared, burying forests, lakes, and potentially cities beneath advancing ice sheets that grew from valley glaciers to continental ice coverage in a matter of decades. Volcanic activity and its impact on global climate provides another mechanism by which Antarctic conditions could have changed with catastrophic speed. Major volcanic eruptions can alter global climate patterns within months, blocking solar radiation and triggering rapid cooling that can initiate ice age conditions. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago created a volcanic winter that lasted for years and may have brought human civilization to the brink of extinction. Antarctica sits above some of the most active volcanic systems on Earth, with over 130 known volcanoes scattered across the continent. A major volcanic event could have triggered rapid climate change, specifically affecting Antarctic conditions, while leaving other continents relatively unaffected. Such localized climate catastrophe could explain how Antarctic civilization could be buried while other parts of the world continued to support human development. Solar variations and their effects on polar regions represent another mechanism for rapid climate change that could have affected Antarctica specifically and dramatically. The sun's energy output varies on multiple timescales, from the familiar 11-year solar cycle to longer-term variations that can affect global climate patterns for centuries or millennia. Polar regions are particularly sensitive to solar variations because of their dependence on relatively small amounts of solar energy to maintain ice-free conditions. During periods of reduced solar output, polar regions cool first and most dramatically. A civilization adapted to temperate Antarctic conditions during a period of high solar activity could find itself facing increasingly harsh winters and shorter summers as solar output declined. Eventually, a threshold would be crossed where winter ice and snow failed to melt completely during summer months, beginning the process of permanent ice accumulation that could bury an entire continent within decades. Paradise can become prison faster than we dare imagine when we consider how rapidly modern civilization could collapse if faced with similar environmental challenges. Our current global infrastructure, dependent on stable climate patterns, reliable transportation networks, and predictable seasonal variations, could be disrupted catastrophically by climate changes far less dramatic than those that transformed Antarctica during past ice age transitions. An advanced Antarctic civilization would have been far more resilient than our current surface civilization, adapted to extreme seasonal variations and experienced with environmental challenges that modern humans rarely face. But even advanced technology and sophisticated environmental adaptation couldn't prevent the fundamental alteration of continental conditions that occurs when ice sheet formation reaches critical thresholds. When climate catastrophe struck Antarctica, transforming temperate valleys into advancing glacial systems, any inhabitants faced a choice between exodus and adaptation. Those who chose exodus would have carried with them not just their lives, but their knowledge, their technologies, and their cultural achievements, spreading the seeds of Antarctic civilization to distant lands where their influence might still be detectable in the archaeological record. Where would Antarctic survivors have gone when their homeland became uninhabitable? Ocean current patterns during the early stages of Ice Age formation would have created specific routes of escape, navigable passages that connected Antarctica to other continents before advancing ice made such travel impossible. The circumpolar current that today isolates Antarctica was weaker or absent during warmer periods, allowing warm water currents to penetrate much closer to Antarctic shores. The most direct escape routes would have led to South America, following the coastal currents that flow northward along the Pacific coast. Advanced Antarctic navigators would have possessed the skills necessary to follow these currents to the temperate regions of Chile, Peru, and Ecuador, where they could establish new settlements in environments somewhat similar to their Antarctic homeland. The appearance of sophisticated astronomical knowledge, advanced stoneworking techniques, and megalithic construction in pre-Columbian South America may represent the cultural legacy of Antarctic refugees. Ocean currents and ice age navigation possibilities also included routes toward Australia and New Zealand, following the westerly currents that circle the Southern Ocean. Polynesian navigation techniques, which demonstrate mastery of Southern Ocean travel, may preserve the knowledge systems developed by Antarctic navigators forced to master long-distance oceanic travel during their exodus. The sudden appearance of sophisticated navigation techniques in Pacific cultures could represent the cultural transmission of Antarctic maritime knowledge. The spread of advanced knowledge to other continents becomes evident when we examine the simultaneous appearance of similar technologies and cultural practices in widely separated regions during the period when Antarctic climate change would have forced population movements. Megalithic construction techniques, sophisticated astronomical knowledge, and advanced agricultural practices appeared in Australia, Polynesia, and South America during time periods consistent with forced migration from a cooling Antarctica. Cultural transmission through forced migration creates distinctive patterns in the archaeological record. The sudden appearance of advanced techniques in previously primitive societies, the introduction of technologies that seem too sophisticated for their environmental and cultural context, and the persistence of cultural practices that seem adapted to environmental conditions very different from those where they are found. Seeds of wisdom planted in distant lands may explain many of the puzzles that conventional archaeology struggles to address. How isolated Pacific Islanders developed navigation techniques superior to those of European explorers, how high-altitude South American civilizations mastered construction techniques that modern engineers find difficult to replicate, and how Aboriginal Australians preserved geographical knowledge spanning distances far beyond their known territorial range. The Exodus theory suggests that what we interpret as separate, independent developments in human civilization may actually represent the dispersed fragments of a more advanced Antarctic civilization, scattered across the southern hemisphere by climate catastrophe, and preserved in the cultural traditions of peoples who welcomed and learned from the refugees who carried ancient knowledge to new lands. Not all inhabitants of a collapsing Antarctic civilization would have chosen Exodus. Some would have possessed the technology, resources, and determination necessary to adapt to changing conditions, developing survival strategies that would allow them to remain in their homeland even as it transformed into one of Earth's most challenging environments. How a civilization might survive sudden climate change depends largely on their technological capabilities and their understanding of their environment's long-term patterns. An advanced Antarctic civilization would have been acutely aware of climate variability, having survived previous cooling periods and having developed technologies specifically adapted to extreme seasonal variations and harsh environmental conditions. Retreat to geothermally heated subsurface regions represents the most obvious survival strategy for a technologically sophisticated civilization facing surface climate collapse. Antarctica possesses extensive geothermal resources, volcanic activity, hot springs, and geothermal vents that could provide heat and energy indefinitely. An advanced civilization with adequate engineering capabilities could construct subsurface installations that would remain comfortable and habitable regardless of surface conditions. Geothermal energy systems could power not just heating and lighting, but advanced manufacturing, food production, and environmental control systems that would make underground living not just survivable, but comfortable. Modern geothermal technology can extract enormous amounts of energy from relatively modest heat sources. An advanced civilization might possess geothermal techniques that could power entire underground cities using the natural heat that exists beneath Antarctica's ice. Development of closed-loop ecological systems would be essential for any civilization attempting long-term underground survival in Antarctica. Such systems would need to recycle air, water, and nutrients with near-perfect efficiency, maintaining ecological balance in artificial environments that have no connection to surface ecosystems. This level of environmental control would require sophisticated understanding of biological processes, advanced materials science, and precise engineering capabilities. But closed-loop ecological systems also offer advantages that surface civilizations never achieve. Complete environmental control allows optimization of growing conditions, elimination of disease and parasites, and protection from climate variability that can disrupt surface agriculture. An underground civilization with adequate technology might achieve levels of environmental stability and resource efficiency that surface civilizations find impossible to maintain. Advanced hydroponics and artificial lighting would allow underground food production that could support large populations indefinitely. Modern hydroponic systems can produce higher yields per square foot than traditional agriculture. Advanced hydroponic systems could potentially support entire civilizations in underground installations. Artificial lighting systems powered by geothermal energy could provide the precise spectral characteristics needed for optimal plant growth, creating underground growing systems more efficient than surface agriculture. The transformation from surface to subterranean society would require not just technological adaptation, but cultural and psychological adjustment to living permanently underground. However, a civilization that had already mastered extreme seasonal variations, months of continuous darkness alternating with months of continuous sunlight, would be better prepared than most for the psychological challenges of underground living. Underground civilization offers advantages that surface societies cannot achieve: complete protection from climate variability, protection from potential military threats, unlimited access to geothermal energy, and the ability to maintain stable population and resource levels independent of external conditions. For a sufficiently advanced civilization, underground living might represent not just survival adaptation, but optimal environmental design. An advanced Antarctic civilization that successfully adapted to subsurface living would occupy a unique position in Earth's history, technologically sophisticated, environmentally secure, and completely hidden from the surface civilizations that eventually developed on other continents. From this position of concealed observation, they would witness the entire subsequent development of surface humanity, watching as our species repeated the same patterns of technological advancement, environmental destruction, and social conflict that may have been familiar from their own earlier history. Why an isolated civilization might choose to remain hidden becomes clear when we consider what Antarctic observers would have witnessed as surface civilizations developed. They would have seen the rise and fall of empires, the development and use of increasingly destructive weapons, the exploitation and exhaustion of environmental resources, and the recurring pattern of civilizations that achieve technological capability but fail to achieve the wisdom necessary to use that capability responsibly. Observing the rise and fall of surface civilizations would provide Antarctic watchers with a unique perspective on human development patterns. Unlike surface civilizations, which experience history as a single linear progression, Antarctic observers would see history as repetitive cycles, the same mistakes made repeatedly by different cultures, the same environmental challenges faced and failed by successive societies, the same technological developments leading to similar social and environmental consequences. Learning from the mistakes of the outer world would be an inevitable result of such long-term observation. Antarctic civilization would witness directly the consequences of unsustainable population growth, environmental exploitation, and military conflict. They would see how technological advancement without corresponding social development leads to civilizational collapse, and how surface civilizations consistently fail to achieve sustainable balance with their environment. The decision to intervene selectively, if at all, would be one of the most challenging ethical questions facing a hidden advanced civilization. Do they have an obligation to share their knowledge with surface humanity, potentially preventing disasters they have observed repeatedly in the past? Or does intervention risk contaminating surface human development, preventing surface civilizations from learning the lessons that lead to genuine wisdom and maturity? Contact with surface civilizations could also pose risks to Antarctic civilization itself. Surface humanity's history of military conflict, resource exploitation, and territorial expansion suggests that knowledge of Antarctic civilization might lead to attempts at conquest, exploitation, or forced cultural integration that could destroy the stability and sustainability that underground civilization had achieved. Perhaps they saw what we became and chose a different path, a path that prioritized sustainability over growth, wisdom over power, and harmony over dominance. From their perspective as long-term observers, surface humanity's current trajectory might appear as familiar as their own prehistoric development, a predictable pattern of technological achievement without ethical development that leads inevitably to environmental crisis and social collapse. The watcher's perspective suggests that contact between surface and subsurface civilizations might be contingent not on technological capability, but on surface humanity's demonstration of wisdom, sustainability, and ethical maturity. Until surface civilizations prove capable of sustainable development and peaceful cooperation, contact might be withheld as a protection for both societies, preventing surface humanity from gaining access to technologies they are not ready to use responsibly, and protecting Antarctic civilization from the destructive patterns that have characterized surface human development. This perspective transforms Antarctica from a dead continent hiding ancient ruins into a living society maintaining patient observation of surface human development, waiting perhaps for the moment when contact becomes beneficial rather than dangerous for both civilizations. The question becomes not whether Antarctic civilization exists, but whether surface humanity has developed the wisdom necessary to earn the privilege of contact. As we emerge from contemplating the great climate catastrophe that could have driven an advanced civilization underground, we must now consider what such a civilization might have achieved during 200,000 years of continuous development in one of Earth's most challenging yet resource-rich environments. While surface civilizations rose and fell, experiencing the familiar cycles of growth, conflict, and collapse, an Antarctic civilization would have faced different challenges and developed along different paths, creating technologies that work with natural forces rather than against them, and achieving capabilities that might seem impossible to surface dwellers who have forgotten that magic is simply science we don't yet understand. The technological achievements of such a civilization would not follow the patterns familiar to surface humanity. Instead of the explosive, environmentally destructive development that characterizes our industrial evolution, Antarctic technology would have been forced to develop sustainably from the beginning, creating systems that could operate indefinitely without depleting their resource base or contaminating their environment. Because in Antarctica, there is no external environment to exploit and no distant land to pollute without consequence. To understand how an advanced Antarctic civilization might have developed technologies surpassing those of surface humanity, we must first appreciate the unique advantages that Antarctica offers to being sophisticated enough to harness its resources effectively. While surface civilizations see only a frozen wasteland, an advanced culture would recognize Antarctica as perhaps the most resource-rich and strategically positioned continent on Earth. Unlimited fresh water from ice represents perhaps Antarctica's greatest resource advantage. While surface civilizations struggle with water scarcity, pollution, and distribution challenges, Antarctica contains approximately 70% of the world's fresh water in the form of ice. An advanced civilization with adequate energy sources could convert this ice to liquid water indefinitely, ensuring that water never becomes a limiting factor in population growth, industrial development, or agricultural expansion. But the advantage extends beyond mere quantity to include quality that surpasses anything available to surface civilizations. Antarctic ice has been accumulating for millennia in an environment free from industrial pollution, chemical contamination, and biological pathogens. This ice represents the purest water source on Earth, providing a resource base that would support not just basic survival needs, but advanced industrial processes requiring ultra-pure water for manufacturing, research, and technological development. Geothermal energy from the planet's core offers virtually unlimited power for any civilization capable of accessing it safely and efficiently. Antarctica sits above some of Earth's most active geothermal systems, with volcanic activity and geothermal vents that tap directly into the planet's core energy. While surface civilizations exhaust finite fossil fuel resources and struggle with the environmental costs of energy production, an Antarctic civilization could draw unlimited clean energy from sources that will remain active for geological time periods. The strategic advantages of geothermal energy extend beyond simple power generation to include industrial applications that would be impossible for surface civilizations. Geothermal systems could power energy-intensive manufacturing processes, maintain comfortable living environments regardless of surface conditions, and provide the stable, controllable energy sources necessary for advanced scientific research and technological development. Mineral wealth trapped beneath the ice includes resources that have been accumulating and concentrating for millions of years without exploitation by surface civilizations. Antarctica contains significant deposits of coal, iron ore, gold, silver, copper, and rare earth metals, all preserved in pristine condition beneath the ice. More importantly, Antarctica's unique geological history may have created mineral formations and crystalline structures unavailable anywhere else on Earth. The concentration of minerals in Antarctica may include resources that surface geology has never encountered. Unique crystalline formations created by the specific pressures, temperatures, and geological processes that exist beneath continental ice sheets. Such materials could possess properties that would enable technologies impossible with conventional materials, creating possibilities for energy storage, electromagnetic manipulation, and structural engineering that surpass anything achievable with surface resources. Strategic position for astronomical observation places Antarctica at the center of the most advantageous location on Earth for studying the cosmos. The South Pole's unique position allows observation of stellar phenomena invisible from other locations, while Antarctica's high altitude, clear atmosphere, and minimal light pollution create observing conditions superior to anywhere else on the planet. An advanced civilization with thousands of years to develop astronomical knowledge from this optimal position would possess understanding of cosmic phenomena far exceeding anything achieved by surface civilizations. Long-term astronomical observation from Antarctica would reveal patterns, cycles, and relationships that require centuries or millennia to become apparent. Solar variations, planetary alignments, galactic phenomena, and stellar evolution could be studied with precision and continuity impossible for surface civilizations whose observing capabilities have existed for only a few centuries. Such astronomical knowledge could enable technologies based on cosmic energy sources, gravitational manipulation, and temporal phenomena that surface science is only beginning to theorize about. Natural defenses against invasion or exploitation make Antarctica perhaps the most secure location on Earth for a civilization seeking to avoid external interference or military conflict. The continent's extreme climate, vast distances, and harsh environmental conditions create barriers that have protected Antarctica from surface colonization even in the modern era of advanced transportation and environmental control technology. For an advanced civilization with appropriate adaptation capabilities, these same environmental challenges that deter surface interference become advantages that ensure privacy, security, and independence from the conflicts and instabilities that have plagued surface civilizations throughout history. An Antarctic civilization could develop without the military pressures, resource competition, and territorial conflicts that have shaped surface human development. The technologies developed by an isolated Antarctic civilization over 200,000 years would necessarily differ fundamentally from those familiar to surface humanity. Forced to work within strict environmental constraints and possessed of resources unavailable to surface civilizations, Antarctic technology would have evolved along paths that emphasize sustainability, efficiency, and integration with natural systems rather than the exploitation and domination patterns that characterize surface technological development. Crystal-based energy systems drawing from Earth's fields represent a natural development path for a civilization with access to Antarctica's unique geological formations and unlimited time to develop sophisticated understanding of electromagnetic phenomena. Crystals possess natural properties of energy storage, frequency manipulation, and electromagnetic field generation that could form the basis of power systems far more efficient and sustainable than anything based on combustion, nuclear fission, or conventional electromagnetic generation. Antarctic geology may contain crystalline formations with properties unknown to surface science crystals formed under the specific conditions of pressure, temperature, and isolation that exist beneath continental ice sheets. Such materials could possess capabilities for energy absorption, storage, and transmission that would enable power systems drawing energy directly from Earth's magnetic field, gravitational systems, or cosmic radiation sources. Crystal-based technology would be inherently sustainable, drawing energy from sources that are continuously renewed and requiring no fuel consumption, waste disposal, or environmental degradation. Such systems could operate indefinitely without maintenance, providing stable power for technological applications that require long-term reliability and environmental compatibility. Architecture integrated with natural geology would be a necessity for any civilization attempting to create permanent installations in Antarctica's challenging environment. Rather than fighting against geological forces, Antarctic architecture would work with them, using natural rock formations as structural foundations, integrating geothermal systems into building design, and creating structures that enhance rather than oppose natural environmental systems. Such integrated architecture could achieve capabilities impossible for surface construction buildings that maintain comfortable temperatures without external heating systems, structures that expand and contract with geological movements without damage, and installations that draw structural strength from their integration with natural geological formations rather than from expensive and resource-intensive construction materials. The result would be architecture that is not only more sustainable and efficient than surface construction, but also virtually invisible to external observation. Buildings integrated with natural geology would be indistinguishable from natural formations to casual observation, providing natural camouflage that would keep Antarctic installations hidden from surface detection, while requiring no additional concealment effort or technology. Transportation systems using magnetic levitation would be a natural development for a civilization with advanced understanding of electromagnetic phenomena and access to materials with unusual magnetic properties. Magnetic levitation transportation could provide rapid, efficient movement across vast Antarctic distances without requiring conventional infrastructure like roads, railways, or fuel supply systems. Underground magnetic levitation systems could connect Antarctic installations across thousands of miles without any surface signature that would reveal their existence to external observation. Such systems could achieve speeds far exceeding surface transportation while consuming minimal energy and requiring minimal maintenance over operational periods measured in centuries rather than decades. Magnetic levitation technology could extend beyond transportation to include lifting systems for construction, manufacturing equipment that manipulates materials without physical contact, and even personal transportation devices that would allow individual movement across Antarctic terrain without environmental exposure or energy expenditure. Communication networks spanning great distances would be essential for any widely distributed underground civilization, but Antarctic communication technology would necessarily be far more sophisticated than surface wireless systems. Rather than relying on electromagnetic radiation that can be detected and intercepted by external observers, Antarctic communication might be based on quantum entanglement, gravitational field manipulation, or consciousness-based information transfer that would be undetectable to surface technology. Such communication systems could provide instantaneous information transfer across any distance without signal degradation, interception risk, or environmental interference. Quantum-based communication networks could connect Antarctic installations across the globe without any electromagnetic signature that would reveal their existence to surface monitoring systems. Environmental control allowing comfortable subsurface living represents perhaps the most essential technology for Antarctic civilization survival. But rather than simple heating and air conditioning systems, advanced environmental control would create complete artificial ecosystems that maintain optimal conditions for human habitation, food production, and technological development regardless of external conditions. Advanced environmental control systems could maintain atmospheric composition optimized for human health and productivity, lighting systems that provide optimal spectral characteristics for both human biological needs and agricultural production, and climate control that creates seasonal variations designed to maintain psychological health during long-term underground habitation. When we examine the archaeological record of surface civilizations, we encounter persistent mysteries that conventional archaeology struggles to explain: the sudden appearance of advanced construction techniques in widely separated cultures, the transportation and precise placement of massive stone blocks using methods that modern engineering finds difficult to replicate, and the consistent appearance of similar technologies in civilizations that supposedly had no contact with each other. Precision stonework appearing simultaneously worldwide during specific historical periods suggests either remarkable coincidence or common source of knowledge and technique. The megalithic constructions at Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island, and dozens of other sites demonstrate similar approaches to stone cutting, transportation, and placement that seem to reflect common training or shared technical knowledge rather than independent development. The precision achieved in these constructions often exceeds what modern equipment can accomplish. Stone blocks fitted together with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters, surfaces polished to mirror smoothness using techniques that remain mysterious, and construction alignments accurate to fractions of degrees over distances of miles all suggest access to tools and techniques that conventional archaeology cannot account for. Advanced astronomical knowledge in prehistoric cultures appears consistently in civilizations that supposedly lacked the mathematical sophistication necessary for precise astronomical calculation. Knowledge of precession cycles, accurate prediction of eclipses, and precise tracking of planetary movements appear in cultures throughout the world during time periods when such knowledge should have been impossible to develop independently. The consistency and accuracy of this astronomical knowledge suggests access to observational data collected over periods much longer than individual civilizations existed, and mathematical capabilities that exceed what these cultures should have possessed based on other evidence of their technological development. Such knowledge could have been preserved from much older, more sophisticated civilizations, or transmitted by teachers with access to advanced astronomical observations. Transportation of massive stones across impossible distances continues to puzzle archaeologists who cannot explain how prehistoric peoples moved blocks weighing hundreds of tons across rough terrain without mechanical equipment that leaves no trace in the archaeological record. The movement of these stones often required transportation across bodies of water, up mountainous terrain, or across distances that would challenge modern heavy equipment operations. Some of these transportation achievements appear to require technologies that we have not yet redeveloped methods of negating or reducing gravitational effects, techniques for manipulating matter at the molecular level to reduce density or mass, or energy systems capable of powering lifting and transportation equipment that leaves no archaeological trace because it was based on principles we do not yet understand. Common construction techniques among isolated civilizations include not just similar stoneworking methods, but identical approaches to site selection, foundation preparation, and integration with astronomical alignments. These similarities appear in cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, suggesting either genetic memory of construction techniques or active transmission of knowledge between cultures that officially had no contact. What if these weren't independent discoveries but inherited wisdom? The global distribution of megalithic construction techniques could represent the scattered influence of teachers or technical advisors from a much more advanced civilization, perhaps refugees from Antarctic climate catastrophe, who carried advanced knowledge to surface civilizations around the world. Selectively sharing construction techniques that would enable impressive architecture while withholding the more advanced aspects of their technology. The timing of megalithic construction worldwide corresponds roughly to the period when Antarctic climate change would have forced population movements and knowledge transfer. The sudden appearance of advanced construction capabilities in multiple surface civilizations during the same general time period suggests coordinated influence from a common source rather than coincidental independent development. If an advanced Antarctic civilization chose to maintain limited contact with developing surface cultures, the transmission of selected knowledge and techniques could explain many anomalies in the archaeological record. The sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in primitive societies, the development of mathematical and scientific concepts without apparent precedent, and the persistence of knowledge through dark ages and civilizational collapses that should have destroyed all traces of advanced learning. How advanced information could survive dark ages becomes understandable when we consider that information transmitted orally through sacred traditions, encoded in mythology and religious practices, or embedded in practical techniques like construction and agriculture, can survive the collapse of written records and formal educational institutions. If Antarctic teachers selectively transmitted knowledge to surface cultures in forms designed for long-term preservation, that knowledge could survive centuries or millennia of civilizational disruption. Sacred knowledge preserved in religious traditions, mathematical concepts encoded in architectural proportions, and technological techniques embedded in craft traditions could maintain advanced information through periods when formal scientific learning was lost or suppressed. The knowledge would be preserved not as abstract academic concepts, but as practical applications that proved their value through consistent effectiveness. Selective teaching to surface civilizations would be the most logical approach for an advanced civilization seeking to influence surface development without revealing their existence or overwhelming surface cultures with technologies they were not prepared to use responsibly. By sharing selected techniques and concepts while withholding the underlying scientific principles, Antarctic teachers could accelerate surface development without destabilizing surface societies or revealing the source of their knowledge. Such selective teaching would focus on capabilities that would improve the lives of surface peoples' construction techniques for better shelter, agricultural methods for improved food production, medical knowledge for treating diseases, and astronomical information for improved navigation and timekeeping. The more dangerous applications of advanced science would be withheld until surface civilizations demonstrated the wisdom necessary to use such knowledge responsibly. The sudden appearance of complex technologies in archaeological sites worldwide often lacks the developmental progression that we would expect from independent invention. Advanced metallurgy, sophisticated agricultural techniques, and complex mathematical concepts appear fully developed without evidence of the experimental stages that should precede such achievements. Agricultural revolutions and metallurgical breakthroughs that transformed surface civilizations often appear suddenly in the archaeological record without the gradual development phases that characterize most technological advancement. The domestication of crops, the development of bronze and iron working, and the establishment of complex irrigation systems appear as completed achievements rather than evolving capabilities. Such sudden technological advancement suggests transmission of completed knowledge rather than independent development. Teachers from an advanced civilization could accelerate surface technological development by centuries or millennia by sharing proven techniques rather than allowing surface cultures to develop these capabilities through trial and error over extended periods. Philosophical and mathematical concepts appearing without precedent in surface cultures include sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles, advanced geometric principles, and mathematical concepts that should have required centuries of development to achieve. The appearance of such knowledge in cultures that show no evidence of the preliminary mathematical development necessary to support such sophisticated concepts suggests external teaching rather than internal development. The preservation of such advanced concepts in surface cultures often takes forms designed to ensure long-term survival sacred geometric proportions in religious architecture, mathematical relationships encoded in mythological stories, and astronomical knowledge embedded in navigation traditions. These preservation methods suggest that the knowledge was transmitted by teachers who understood the challenges of maintaining advanced information in cultures that lacked formal educational institutions, capable of preserving complex abstract concepts. As surface civilization finally achieves technological capabilities that approach those that an advanced Antarctic civilization might have developed millennia ago, we begin to recognize technologies that may represent rediscovery rather than original invention. Our most advanced research into sustainable energy, environmental integration, and consciousness-based technologies may be following paths that were thoroughly explored and mastered long before surface humanity began its technological development. Technologies we're only now developing include many systems that would have been essential for Antarctic civilization survival closed-loop ecological systems, geothermal energy extraction, advanced materials science, and electromagnetic field manipulation. The fact that we are developing these technologies now, when surface civilization faces environmental challenges similar to those that would have confronted Antarctic civilization during climate catastrophe, suggests that we may be rediscovering solutions to problems that have been solved before. Sustainable energy systems and closed-loop agriculture represent recent developments in surface technology that would have been essential for Antarctic civilization from its earliest stages. Our current research into geothermal energy extraction, solar power systems, and agricultural recycling may be retracing technological development paths that were completed thousands of years ago by civilizations forced to achieve sustainability or face extinction. The convergence between our newest technological developments and the requirements of Antarctic civilization survival is striking. As surface civilization faces resource limitations, environmental degradation, and climate instability, we are developing technologies that would have been essential for subsurface Antarctic civilization, environmental control systems, renewable energy sources, and closed-loop resource recycling that allows indefinite operation without external supply or waste disposal. Advanced materials, science, and environmental integration represent cutting-edge surface research that duplicates capabilities that Antarctic civilization would have mastered out of necessity. Our development of materials that respond to electromagnetic fields, structures that integrate with natural geological formations, and construction techniques that work with rather than against natural systems may represent rediscovery of principles that were essential for Antarctic technological development. The convergence of ancient wisdom and modern innovation appears in multiple fields, where our most advanced research validates concepts that have been preserved in ancient traditions for millennia. Sacred geometric principles that appear in ancient architecture correspond to mathematical relationships that modern physics recognizes as fundamental to universal structure. Traditional medical techniques that seemed superstitious to early modern medicine are being validated by advanced research into human physiology and consciousness. Perhaps we're not inventing the future, but remembering it, rediscovering technologies and capabilities that were achieved long before surface civilization began its technological development. Our newest technologies in quantum physics, consciousness research, and environmental integration may represent the gradual recovery of knowledge that was preserved in fragmentary form through the traditional wisdom of cultures that maintained contact with much older and more advanced civilizations. This possibility transforms our understanding of human technological development from a linear progression from primitive to advanced into a cyclical process of loss and recovery, where surface civilizations gradually rediscover capabilities that were achieved long ago, but lost through environmental catastrophe, war, or the simple passage of time. If this is the case, then our most exciting technological frontiers may actually be paths leading back to wisdom that our species possessed long before we forgot that we had once known so much more than we remember today. Beyond the realm of technology, beyond the evidence of advanced materials and sophisticated engineering, lies perhaps the most profound possibility emerging from our exploration of Antarctica's hidden past. That consciousness itself may have evolved along paths unknown to surface humanity, developing capabilities that bridge the gap between mind and matter, between individual awareness and collective knowledge, between local human consciousness and the broader intelligence that flows through all natural systems. If an advanced Antarctic civilization spent 200,000 years in isolated development, while surface humanity was still learning to make fire, the greatest advances may not have been in their tools or their buildings, but in their understanding of consciousness itself, what it is, how it works, and how it can be expanded beyond the limitations that surface humanity accepts as permanent features of mental existence. In the deep silence of Antarctic winters, in the timeless suspension of subsurface living, in the patient observation of cosmic cycles that span millennia, consciousness may have discovered capabilities that we can barely imagine. To grasp what human consciousness might achieve given sufficient time and appropriate conditions for development, we must first abandon our assumption that our current mental capabilities represent the final stage of human potential. Surface humanity has existed in its present form for perhaps 300,000 years, but our technological civilization spans only a few thousand years, and our understanding of consciousness has been seriously pursued for only a few decades. What might consciousness achieve given 200,000 years of focused development in a stable, secure environment, free from the survival pressures that have dominated surface human experience? What human development could achieve in isolation from the competitive, resource-scarce conditions that have shaped surface civilization becomes an open question when we consider that an Antarctic civilization would have faced entirely different developmental pressures. Rather than competition for limited resources, they would have learned cooperation for survival in extreme conditions. Rather than territorial expansion, they would have developed intensification of capability within fixed boundaries. Rather than external conquest, They would have pursued internal mastery of mental and physical potential. The development path would emphasize qualities that surface civilization rarely has opportunity to fully explore: patience over speed, depth over breadth, sustainability over growth, wisdom over power, and internal capability over external manipulation. These emphasis patterns would create very different outcomes in consciousness development, favoring capabilities that surface humanity has barely begun to investigate. Extended lifespans and enhanced mental capacity would be natural developments for a civilization with advanced understanding of biological systems, optimal nutrition, and stress-free living conditions. Without the wear of competitive pressure, environmental toxicity, and psychological stress that characterize surface living, Antarctic humans might achieve lifespans measured in centuries rather than decades, with mental clarity and physical capability maintained throughout extended life periods. Extended lifespans would enable individual accumulation of knowledge and skill that spans multiple surface human lifetimes. Individuals could master multiple complex fields of study, accumulate experiential wisdom that requires centuries to develop, and maintain continuity of purpose across time scales that surface civilization can only achieve through institutional preservation of knowledge. The psychological and spiritual development possible during extended lifespans could produce beings whose consciousness capabilities far exceed anything familiar to surface humanity. Direct mind-to-mind communication abilities represent a natural development for beings living in close community under conditions that require precise coordination and mutual understanding. In surface civilization, such capabilities remain theoretical possibilities explored by a few researchers. In Antarctic civilization, telepathic communication might have become routine, developing through necessity and refinement over thousands of generations. Such communication abilities would transform social organization, scientific research, and technological development in ways difficult for surface humanity to imagine. Complex information could be shared instantly without the distortion inherent in verbal or written communication. Collective problem-solving could access the combined mental resources of entire communities. Scientific discoveries could be transmitted and verified through direct mental sharing rather than through the slow, error-prone processes of surface academic communication. Integration of consciousness with technology might have developed along paths completely foreign to surface technological development. Rather than external tools manipulated by conscious beings, Antarctic technology might be designed for direct consciousness interface, responding to mental commands and integrating with biological systems to create seamless cooperation between mind and machine. Such integration would enable technological capabilities that appear magical to surface observation direct mental control of environmental systems, consciousness-based manufacturing processes, and technological applications that respond to intention rather than to mechanical manipulation. The distinction between biological and technological capabilities could become meaningless in a civilization where consciousness and technology have achieved complete integration. The development of inner senses beyond our current understanding represents perhaps the most profound possibility for expanded consciousness. While surface humanity relies primarily on the 5 physical senses for gathering information about reality, extended consciousness development could activate sensing capabilities that directly perceive electromagnetic fields, gravitational variations, quantum field fluctuations, and aspects of reality that surface science can detect only with sophisticated instruments. Such enhanced sensing capabilities would transform understanding of reality itself, providing direct perception of phenomena that surface humanity can only theorize about. Time, space, causality, and the relationship between consciousness and physical reality might be experienced as directly observable phenomena rather than abstract concepts requiring complex mathematical description. An Antarctic civilization would, by necessity, develop intimate understanding of planetary rhythms and natural cycles that surface civilization has largely forgotten. The extreme seasonal variations of Antarctic climate, the long cycles of astronomical phenomena, and the deep patterns of geological change would be daily realities rather than academic subjects, creating consciousness that thinks in terms of planetary timescales and cosmic relationships. Deep understanding of Earth's rhythms and patterns would develop naturally for beings whose survival depends on precise awareness of environmental cycles. Where surface civilization has learned to insulate itself from natural variations through artificial environments and imported resources, Antarctic civilization would have maintained direct connection to planetary cycles, developing consciousness that perceives Earth as a living system with which they maintain continuous communication. Such understanding would extend far beyond simple weather prediction or seasonal planning to include awareness of electromagnetic field variations, gravitational anomalies, and subtle energy patterns that affect biological and consciousness systems. Antarctic consciousness might perceive directly the connections between solar activity, planetary magnetic fields, and human mental states that surface science is only beginning to investigate. Technology that works with natural forces, not against them, would be the inevitable result of consciousness that perceives natural systems as partners rather than resources to be exploited. Antarctic technology would be designed to enhance and cooperate with natural processes rather than to override or replace them, creating systems that increase overall planetary harmony rather than disrupting it. Such technology would appear almost biological in its operation, growing and evolving rather than being manufactured, responding to environmental conditions rather than imposing predetermined functions, and enhancing natural capabilities rather than replacing them with artificial substitutes. The result would be technological systems that are more efficient, more sustainable, and more capable than anything achievable through the oppositional approaches that characterize surface technology. Seasonal adaptation over 200,000 years of practice would create consciousness capabilities that surface humanity has never developed. While surface civilization uses artificial lighting, heating, and environmental control to minimize seasonal variations, Antarctic consciousness would have learned to work with extreme seasonal cycles, developing mental and physical capabilities that change throughout the year in harmony with natural rhythms. Such adaptation might include consciousness states that vary seasonally, periods of external activity alternating with periods of internal development, mental capabilities that expand during certain seasons while others rest, and awareness states that synchronize with astronomical phenomena to achieve capabilities impossible during other times of year. Sustainability as the foundation of survival would be embedded so deeply in Antarctic consciousness that the very concept of waste or environmental destruction would be incomprehensible. While surface civilization treats sustainability as a recent concept requiring effort to achieve, Antarctic consciousness would be so thoroughly integrated with sustainable thinking that unsustainable behavior would be psychologically impossible. The transformation of necessity into art represents the natural development path for consciousness that has learned to find beauty, meaning, and creative expression within the constraints imposed by challenging environmental conditions. What surface consciousness experiences as limitation, Antarctic consciousness would experience as creative opportunity, finding aesthetic fulfillment in the precise adaptation to natural systems rather than in the domination or avoidance of natural constraints. Contact between Antarctic and surface civilizations might be limited not by physical distance or technological barriers, but by fundamental differences in consciousness development that create incompatibility between the mental frequencies at which each civilization operates. Just as radio receivers must be tuned to specific frequencies to receive particular broadcasts, contact between civilizations might require consciousness compatibility that surface humanity has not yet achieved. Why contact might be limited by consciousness rather than distance becomes clear when we consider that an advanced civilization would possess communication capabilities based on consciousness rather than electromagnetic radiation. If Antarctic communication operates through direct mental contact, quantum field manipulation, or other consciousness-based methods, surface humanity's reliance on crude electromagnetic signaling might make us effectively invisible to their communication systems. More importantly, consciousness-based contact might require mental preparation, ethical development, and spiritual maturity that ensures beneficial rather than harmful interaction. If Antarctic civilization has learned through long experience that premature contact between civilizations at different consciousness levels can be destructive to both, they might maintain contact barriers that open only when surface consciousness demonstrates readiness for interaction. The idea of vibrational compatibility between civilizations suggests that contact might require surface humanity to achieve consciousness frequencies that harmonize with those of Antarctic civilization. Just as musical instruments must be tuned to compatible frequencies to create harmony rather than discord, civilizational contact might require consciousness development that achieves vibrational compatibility between the mental states that characterize each civilization. Such compatibility might require not just technological advancement, but ethical development, spiritual maturity, and consciousness capabilities that surface humanity has barely begun to explore. The consciousness frequency of a civilization might be determined by its values, its treatment of the environment, its social cooperation levels, and its understanding of the relationship between individual and collective consciousness. Meditation and preparation as keys to contact suggests that individuals within surface civilization might achieve consciousness compatibility through disciplines that expand awareness, increase sensitivity to subtle phenomena, and develop the mental stability necessary for direct consciousness contact with advanced beings. Traditional spiritual practices might represent preserved techniques for achieving consciousness states that enable such contact. The role of mental and spiritual discipline in accessing hidden realms becomes relevant when we consider that contact with advanced consciousness might require preparation similar to that needed for accessing any subtle or advanced capability. Just as scientific research requires training, artistic achievement requires practice, and physical performance requires conditioning, consciousness contact might require specific preparation that develops the mental qualities necessary for beneficial interaction. Perhaps the gates open not to technology, but to readiness to consciousness states that demonstrate sufficient maturity, wisdom, and ethical development to ensure that contact will enhance rather than disrupt the development of both civilizations. Antarctic civilization might maintain contact barriers that respond to consciousness, readiness, rather than to technological capability, ensuring that surface humanity achieves the wisdom necessary to use advanced knowledge beneficially before gaining access to it. From the perspective of an advanced civilization with 200,000 years of development and experience observing surface human behavior, contact with surface humanity might represent a delicate ethical decision requiring careful consideration of the long-term consequences for both civilizations. The decision to intervene or remain hidden would be guided by principles developed through extensive experience with the challenges of consciousness evolution and civilizational development. Protecting surface humanity from premature contact reflects the recognition that advanced knowledge or technology can be more harmful than beneficial if received by consciousness not yet ready for the responsibilities that accompany such capabilities. Surface humanity's history of using new technologies for warfare, environmental destruction, and social oppression might suggest that we are not yet ready for the advanced capabilities that Antarctic civilization has developed. Such protection might take the form of gradual revelation, selective contact with individuals who demonstrate appropriate preparation, or maintenance of contact barriers that prevent general knowledge of Antarctic civilization until surface humanity demonstrates greater wisdom in the use of advanced capabilities. The goal would be to protect surface humanity from the destructive potential of premature contact while preserving the possibility for beneficial contact when readiness is achieved. The ethics of intervention versus non-interference represents one of the most complex decisions facing any advanced civilization. Intervention could prevent surface humanity from making mistakes that Antarctic civilization has learned to avoid, potentially saving surface civilization from environmental destruction, war, or social collapse. But intervention might also prevent surface humanity from learning the lessons that lead to genuine wisdom, creating dependency rather than genuine development. Non-interference allows surface humanity to learn through direct experience, making the mistakes necessary for developing genuine understanding of the consequences of different choices. But non-interference also risks allowing preventable disasters that could destroy surface civilization or cause immense unnecessary suffering that advanced knowledge could have prevented. Selective guidance through critical evolutionary moments might represent a middle path that provides assistance during crucial decision points while allowing surface humanity to maintain primary responsibility for its development. Such guidance might take the form of anonymous scientific discoveries, philosophical insights that appear in multiple locations simultaneously, or technological breakthroughs that solve critical problems at precisely the moments when surface civilization is ready to use them beneficially. The balance between help and dependency requires careful assessment of how much assistance can be provided without undermining surface humanity's development of genuine independence and wisdom. Too little help might allow preventable disasters, but too much help might create a dependent relationship that prevents surface humanity from developing the capabilities necessary for genuine civilization maturity. True teachers appear only when the student is ready to learn, a principle that might guide Antarctic civilization's approach to potential contact with surface humanity. Rather than imposing contact or knowledge upon surface consciousness that is not prepared to receive it beneficially, Antarctic civilization might wait for surface humanity to demonstrate the readiness that makes beneficial contact possible. Such readiness might be demonstrated through surface humanity's development of sustainable environmental practices, peaceful conflict resolution, ethical use of advanced technologies, and consciousness capabilities that enable beneficial interaction with advanced beings. The criteria for contact readiness would be designed to ensure that contact enhances rather than disrupts the healthy development of both civilizations. The guardianship protocol suggests that Antarctic civilization might serve as protectors and guides for surface humanity's development, maintaining watch over our progress while allowing us the freedom necessary for genuine growth. From this perspective, Antarctic civilization would be neither hidden nor absent, but present in ways that provide guidance while preserving the independence necessary for authentic consciousness evolution. As we emerge from contemplating the consciousness capabilities that an advanced Antarctic civilization might have developed over 200,000 years of isolated evolution, we must now examine the evidence that surrounds us in our current moment. The anomalies that appear and disappear from public view, the patterns of secrecy that persist despite our supposed age of transparency, and the signs that suggest the presence we have been exploring may not be entirely hidden, but rather selectively revealed to those who have developed the awareness to recognize what has been there all along. In our interconnected world of satellite surveillance, global communications, and instant information sharing, Antarctica remains curiously opaque, shrouded in layers of restriction, classification, and carefully managed disclosure that suggest ongoing activities far more complex than the routine scientific research that official sources acknowledge. The evidence exists not just in what we can see, but in what we cannot see, not just in what is revealed, but in the consistent patterns of what remains concealed. In the age of global monitoring, where every square meter of Earth's surface can be observed by multiple satellite systems and where seismic networks detect the smallest tremors anywhere on the planet, Antarctica continues to produce phenomena that challenge our understanding of what should be possible on a supposedly inactive frozen continent. Unexplained seismic activity patterns appear regularly in Antarctic monitoring data, showing characteristics that don't match the signatures of known geological phenomena. These are not the random earthquakes that geological processes typically produce, but regular structured seismic events that occur in patterns suggesting artificial rather than natural origins. The timing is often precisely regular, the locations form geometric arrangements, and the signatures include frequency components that don't match any known natural seismic sources. Modern seismic monitoring is sophisticated enough to distinguish between different types of underground activity. Natural earthquakes, volcanic events, ice movement, and artificial explosions all produce characteristic signatures that allow geologists to identify their origins with considerable precision. But Antarctic seismic data includes events that don't fit any of these categories, showing characteristics that suggest large-scale mechanical operations, controlled detonations arranged in systematic patterns, or structural movements that appear to be responding to artificial control systems. The geographic distribution of these anomalous seismic events correlates closely with the areas designated as restricted zones under the Antarctic Treaty System, suggesting that whatever is producing these signals is related to activities that governments prefer to keep private. The events occur most frequently during the Antarctic summer when surface research activity is at its peak, but they also appear during the winter months when official research stations are supposedly inactive or minimally staffed. Magnetic field irregularities around certain regions create navigation problems for aircraft and surface vehicles that venture too close to specific Antarctic locations. These magnetic anomalies don't correspond to known geological features that could produce such effects naturally, and they appear to change in intensity and location over time in ways that suggest active rather than passive sources. Pilots flying over Antarctica report compass deviations, GPS failures, and electromagnetic interference that occurs suddenly when approaching certain coordinates, then disappears just as suddenly when moving away from those areas. The affected zones are not marked on official aeronautical charts, but experienced Antarctic pilots learn to recognize and avoid these regions to prevent navigation equipment failures that could prove fatal in Antarctica's challenging flying conditions. The magnetic anomalies often coincide with areas where other unusual phenomena have been reported. Thermal irregularities, unusual cloud formations, and acoustic effects that suggest large-scale underground activity. The combination of different types of anomalies occurring in the same locations suggests systematic, ongoing operations rather than random natural phenomena. Thermal anomalies detected by satellite surveillance show temperatures that indicate liquid water or even tropical conditions in regions that should be permanently frozen. These warm areas appear and disappear on satellite imagery, sometimes showing dramatic temperature variations over short time periods that natural geothermal activity cannot explain. The thermal signatures often show geometric patterns, circular areas of warmth, linear formations of elevated temperature, and rectangular zones that suggest artificial heating rather than natural hotspots. Infrared satellite monitoring has become sophisticated enough to detect temperature variations of a few degrees across vast areas, allowing identification of geothermal activity wildlife concentrations, and human installations through their heat signatures. But Antarctic thermal monitoring reveals anomalies that don't match any known natural or acknowledged human sources areas, where temperatures suggest tropical conditions beneath the ice, linear heat patterns that appear to trace underground tunnel systems, and thermal plumes that rise from locations with no known geothermal activity. The thermal anomalies appear to be associated with the same regions where seismic and magnetic irregularities occur, suggesting that all these phenomena may be related to common underground activities. The heat sources are often too large and too stable to be explained by conventional geothermal activity, and their geometric arrangements suggest artificial rather than natural origins. Communication dead zones in specific Antarctic areas disable radio, satellite, and cellular communications in ways that suggest active interference rather than natural signal blocking. These zones of communication silence appear suddenly, affect all frequencies simultaneously, and create isolation that can be dangerous for research teams who lose contact with their base stations without warning. The communication dead zones don't correspond to topographical features that could naturally block radio signals, and they often affect satellite communications that should be immune to ground-based interference. The electromagnetic effects appear to be artificially generated, creating selective signal blocking that affects certain frequencies while leaving others operational, or that affects external communications while allowing local systems to function normally. Reports from research station personnel quickly retracted describe encounters with phenomena that official sources prefer to keep confidential. Station personnel have reported unidentified aircraft performing maneuvers impossible for conventional vehicles, discovery of artificial structures during routine ice sampling operations, and detection of electromagnetic phenomena that doesn't correspond to known natural or human-generated sources. These reports typically appear briefly in scientific literature, research station logs, or personal communications, then are retracted, corrected, or deleted before they can be widely disseminated. Personnel who make such reports often find themselves transferred to different assignments, their access to Antarctic facilities restricted, or their employment terminated through administrative processes that avoid direct reference to their unusual observations. The pattern of brief disclosure followed by retraction suggests a system of limited information release that allows scientific curiosity to be acknowledged while preventing detailed investigation of sensitive discoveries. The consistency of this pattern across different research institutions, national programs, and time periods indicates coordinated information management rather than isolated incidents of individual discretion. The maintenance of secrecy surrounding Antarctic discoveries requires an infrastructure of information control, access restriction, and international coordination that spans multiple governments, scientific institutions, and commercial organizations. The scope and persistence of this secrecy apparatus suggests that what is being concealed is far more significant than routine military activities or commercial interests would justify. Why governments might suppress Antarctic discoveries becomes clear when we consider the potential implications of confirming the existence of advanced prehistoric civilizations, ongoing contact with non-human intelligence, or access to technologies that could revolutionize global energy, transportation, and communication systems. Such revelations could destabilize existing economic systems, challenge religious and philosophical beliefs, and create social upheaval that governments might consider too dangerous to risk. The suppression of Antarctic discoveries could also be motivated by strategic concerns about maintaining technological advantages, preventing potential panic about non-human presence, or avoiding the international conflicts that could result from competition for access to advanced technologies or resources. If Antarctic discoveries include capabilities that could transform military power, economic productivity, or environmental control, the nations that control access to such discoveries might consider secrecy essential for maintaining international stability and their own strategic positions. Economic implications of lost advanced technology could justify enormous investments in secrecy infrastructure if Antarctic discoveries include energy systems that could make fossil fuels obsolete, manufacturing techniques that could revolutionize industrial production, or communication technologies that could transform global information systems. The economic value of such technologies could be measured in the trillions of dollars, making even extremely expensive secrecy operations economically justified. The revelation of advanced prehistoric technologies could also threaten existing industries, investment portfolios, and economic structures that are based on current technological limitations. If Antarctic discoveries include proof that clean, unlimited energy has always been possible, or that transportation, communication, and manufacturing could be far more efficient than current systems allow, the economic disruption could exceed anything in recorded history. Social stability concerns over rewritten human history reflect the recognition that fundamental changes in our understanding of human origins, capabilities, and relationship to other intelligent species could challenge the philosophical and religious foundations upon which many people base their understanding of meaning, purpose, and identity. Governments might consider such psychological disruption too dangerous to risk, particularly during periods of existing social tension and uncertainty. The revelation that human civilization is not unique, that we are not the most advanced intelligence on Earth, or that our technological development represents rediscovery rather than original achievement, could undermine the confidence and sense of purpose that motivate social cooperation and individual achievement. The psychological impact of such revelations might be considered too destabilizing to permit without careful preparation and gradual disclosure. International coordination of information control requires unprecedented cooperation between nations that are often competitors or adversaries in other areas. The Antarctic Treaty System represents one of the most successful examples of international coordination in human history, suggesting that the motivations for maintaining Antarctic secrecy are compelling enough to override normal patterns of international competition and conflict. The cost of maintaining secrets versus the cost of revelation becomes a complex calculation when secrecy operations must be sustained indefinitely, while the pressure for disclosure continues to increase through technological advancement, scientific investigation, and public curiosity. Secrecy infrastructure requires enormous ongoing investment in personnel, technology, and institutional coordination, while the revelation of secrets could create problems that are immediate and dramatic rather than gradual and manageable. Within the scientific community itself, there exists a complex system of incentives, pressures, and institutional structures that tend to discourage investigation of Antarctic anomalies and suppress discussion of discoveries that challenge conventional understanding of human history, Earth's geology, and the possibility of non-human intelligence. Academic investment in current historical models creates professional and intellectual resistance to discoveries that would require fundamental revision of established theories about human development, Earth's history, and the timeline of technological advancement. Scientists who have built careers on particular theoretical frameworks have strong incentives to interpret new evidence in ways that support rather than challenge those frameworks, even when alternative interpretations might be more consistent with the evidence. The peer review system, which is designed to ensure scientific rigor and accuracy, can also function as a filter that excludes research challenging fundamental assumptions about what is possible or probable. Research proposals investigating Antarctic anomalies, papers reporting unusual discoveries, and funding requests for unconventional investigations face review by panels whose members may have professional interests in maintaining established theoretical frameworks rather than exploring radical alternatives. Funding restrictions on unconventional research ensure that investigations into Antarctic anomalies receive minimal resources compared to conventional research projects. Government funding agencies, private foundations, and academic institutions typically allocate resources to research programs that build incrementally on established knowledge rather than to investigations that might challenge fundamental assumptions about human history or Earth's hidden phenomena. The peer review system as a filter for acceptable discoveries operates through informal but powerful mechanisms of professional judgment that can effectively prevent publication of research that challenges established paradigms. Papers reporting unusual Antarctic discoveries may be rejected not because their methodology is flawed or their evidence is inadequate, but because their conclusions are considered too extraordinary to be credible, regardless of the quality of supporting evidence. Career risks for researchers who venture too far from orthodoxy include loss of funding, difficulty publishing research, exclusion from academic conferences, and limitations on advancement within academic or government research institutions. Scientists who persist in investigating controversial Antarctic phenomena often find themselves marginalized within their professional communities, their research dismissed as unscientific, and their reputations damaged in ways that make continued research increasingly difficult. The guardians of conventional wisdom have their own walls to protect intellectual investments, professional reputations, and institutional authority that could be threatened by discoveries that challenge established understanding of human development, Earth's history, and the possibilities for non-human intelligence. These guardians may genuinely believe that they are protecting scientific integrity by resisting extraordinary claims, but they may also be protecting professional and institutional interests that depend on maintaining established theoretical frameworks. The result is a scientific establishment that is structurally resistant to discoveries that could revolutionize our understanding of human history and Earth's hidden phenomena, even when such discoveries are supported by substantial evidence and rigorous methodology. This resistance ensures that Antarctic anomalies receive minimal investigation and that unusual discoveries are quickly forgotten rather than thoroughly explored. In the age of information abundance, distinguishing genuine evidence from deliberate disinformation becomes one of the greatest challenges facing anyone attempting to investigate Antarctic mysteries. The Internet has democratized access to information, but it has also created conditions where truth and falsehood can be mixed so thoroughly that serious investigation becomes nearly impossible. How to distinguish genuine evidence from disinformation requires developing criteria for evaluating sources, cross-checking information across multiple independent channels, and recognizing the patterns that distinguish authentic discovery from fabricated claims. Genuine evidence typically includes specific, verifiable details, consistency across multiple independent sources, and technical information that demonstrates genuine expertise rather than superficial knowledge. But the distinction between authentic and fabricated information is often deliberately obscured by disinformation campaigns that mix genuine facts with false claims, creating confusion that makes serious investigation more difficult. When real discoveries are surrounded by elaborate hoaxes, authentic witnesses are discredited through association with obviously false claims, and genuine evidence is buried in avalanches of speculation and fantasy. The deliberate pollution of truth with false claims may represent an intentional strategy for concealing genuine secrets by making serious investigation appear ridiculous. If real Antarctic discoveries are surrounded by obviously false conspiracy theories, claims about alien bases, and elaborate fabrications, then serious researchers may avoid the entire subject to protect their professional reputations, while public attention focuses on the most sensational and least credible claims. This pollution strategy is highly effective because it exploits the natural human tendency to dismiss entire categories of information when some examples within those categories are obviously false. By ensuring that genuine Antarctic mysteries are associated with clearly fabricated claims, disinformation campaigns can prevent serious investigation while maintaining plausible deniability about the existence of any genuine secrets to conceal. Why some secrets hide behind ridicule and conspiracy theories becomes clear when we recognize that public ridicule is one of the most effective methods for preventing serious investigation of sensitive subjects. When Antarctic mysteries are associated with obviously ridiculous claims, mainstream scientists avoid the subject to protect their professional credibility. Journalists avoid it to maintain their reputations for serious reporting, and government officials dismiss it without investigation because engaging with such subjects would appear undignified. The challenge of serious investigation in a sea of speculation requires developing methods for identifying and pursuing genuine evidence while avoiding the distractions and discrediting associations that surround controversial subjects. This challenge is particularly acute in internet-based research, where valuable information may be found alongside elaborate hoaxes and where the most accessible sources may be the least reliable. Patterns that persist despite official dismissal often represent the most valuable clues for serious investigation. When similar reports appear repeatedly from multiple independent sources, when unusual phenomena are documented by different observers in different contexts, and when anomalous evidence continues to accumulate despite official denial or dismissal, the persistence of such patterns may indicate genuine phenomena rather than coordinated deception or mass delusion. The ability to recognize persistent patterns while filtering out disinformation and speculation becomes essential for anyone attempting serious investigation of Antarctic mysteries. This ability requires developing criteria for evaluating evidence, methods for cross-checking information, and the patience necessary for long-term investigation that can distinguish genuine patterns from the noise of false claims and misdirection. Despite the infrastructure of secrecy, the institutional resistance, and the information warfare that surround Antarctic mysteries, conditions may be developing that could force disclosure of long-concealed secrets. Climate change, technological advancement, and international political developments are creating pressures that may make continued concealment impossible or counterproductive. Climate change potentially revealing long-buried secrets creates the possibility that natural forces may accomplish what human investigation has been prevented from achieving. As Antarctic ice sheets melt and shift due to global warming, structures and artifacts that have been concealed for millennia may be exposed to surface observation. Satellite imagery may reveal features that have been hidden beneath ice, and accessible areas may expand to include regions that have been inaccessible since the last ice age. The revelation of Antarctic secrets through climate change would be beyond the control of any secrecy infrastructure, creating natural disclosure that could not be prevented through access restrictions, information control, or international coordination. Such natural revelation could force governments to acknowledge discoveries that they have been concealing, or to develop new strategies for managing public knowledge of Antarctic phenomena. New technologies capable of deeper Antarctic penetration are providing research capabilities that exceed the capacity of existing secrecy infrastructure to control. Advanced ground-penetrating radar, deep drilling technology, autonomous exploration vehicles, and satellite imaging systems are revealing subsurface features with resolution and depth that make concealment of large-scale anomalies increasingly difficult. Private research organizations, commercial satellite operators, and international scientific collaborations are developing Antarctic investigation capabilities that operate outside the traditional channels of government control. These technological developments may reach the point where continuing concealment requires resources and coordination beyond what existing secrecy systems can maintain. International cooperation versus territorial claims creates political pressures that could force disclosure of Antarctic secrets if different nations begin competing for access to concealed resources or technologies. The Antarctic Treaty System has maintained international cooperation by ensuring that all parties benefit from concealment, but changes in international power relationships could create incentives for revelation if some nations believe they could gain advantage through disclosure. Commercial interests in Antarctic resources, private space exploration companies investigating Antarctic anomalies, and international scientific organizations conducting research outside government control could create disclosure pressures that existing treaty systems cannot manage. If the benefits of revelation begin to outweigh the benefits of concealment for major stakeholders, the international coordination necessary for continued secrecy could collapse. The race between revelation and concealment may be approaching a critical point where natural forces, technological capabilities, and political pressures converge to make continued secrecy impossible. Climate change may reveal what technology discovers and politics can no longer conceal, creating conditions for breakthrough disclosure regardless of institutional resistance or government preferences. Perhaps the ice will decide when we're ready for the truth, not through human judgment about readiness or institutional decisions about disclosure timing, but through natural processes that reveal what has been hidden when global conditions make such revelation inevitable. The ice that has preserved Antarctica's secrets for millennia may choose its own schedule for revelation, forcing humanity to confront truths that we might not yet be prepared to understand, but can no longer avoid acknowledging. As we approach the final considerations in our exploration, we must recognize that the breakthrough possibility represents not just the potential for discovering Antarctic secrets, but the necessity for developing the wisdom to deal constructively with whatever may be revealed. The greatest challenge may not be uncovering the truth, but becoming ready to handle the responsibilities that come with such knowledge. As our journey through Antarctica's hidden possibilities approaches its conclusion, we must confront the profound philosophical implications that emerge if even a fraction of what we have explored proves true. This is no longer a question of archaeological curiosities or geological anomalies, but a fundamental challenge to our understanding of who we are as human beings, what our purpose might be on this ancient planet, and how we should live in a universe that may be far more inhabited, far more conscious, and far more purposeful than our science has yet been willing to acknowledge. The implications reach into every aspect of human existence: our relationship to the environment, our approaches to technology and social organization, our understanding of consciousness and intelligence, and our sense of responsibility to future generations who may inherit either the wisdom or the consequences of how we choose to respond to these possibilities. The possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization to emerge on Earth challenges fundamental assumptions about human uniqueness, technological progress, and our species' relationship to the deeper patterns of planetary evolution. If Antarctica once supported advanced civilizations, if ancient maps preserve knowledge of ice-free polar geography, and if indigenous memories reach back to times when the frozen continent bloomed with life, then our understanding of human development must expand far beyond the comfortable timeline that places us at the pinnacle of terrestrial achievement. What if we're not the first advanced civilization on Earth? This question penetrates to the core of human self-understanding, challenging the assumption of human uniqueness that underlies much of our philosophy, religion, and scientific worldview. If previous civilizations achieved technological capabilities that we are only now rediscovering, If ancient wisdom traditions preserve fragments of knowledge from much older and more sophisticated cultures, then human development becomes not a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but a cyclical process of achievement, loss, and recovery. The archaeological evidence we have explored, the precision stonework that appears simultaneously worldwide, the advanced astronomical knowledge preserved in ancient texts, the technological capability suggested by megalithic constructions, takes on different significance when viewed as the legacy of previous advanced civilizations, rather than as anomalous achievements of supposedly primitive peoples. The mysteries of human prehistory become not puzzles to be explained away, but clues to a much longer and more complex story of human development. The cyclical nature of rise, fall, and renewal becomes a more accurate model for understanding human civilizational development when we consider that environmental change, resource limitations, and social conflicts could repeatedly bring advanced civilizations to the brink of collapse, forcing survivors to begin again with reduced technological capabilities, but preserved wisdom about the mistakes that led to the previous collapse. This cyclical understanding suggests that our current technological civilization represents not the first achievement of such capabilities, but perhaps the third, fourth, or 10th repetition of similar developmental phases. Each cycle would learn from the mistakes of previous iterations, developing slightly different approaches to the fundamental challenges of creating sustainable advanced civilization, but potentially facing similar ultimate limitations and risks. Learning from the mistakes of previous iterations becomes the crucial capability that could allow our current civilization to achieve what previous cycles failed to accomplish. Genuine sustainability, social stability, and technological advancement that enhances rather than threatens the planetary systems that support all life. If previous advanced civilizations failed because they could not balance technological capability with wisdom, environmental mastery with ecological harmony, or individual achievement with collective well-being, then learning from their experience becomes our species' most important task. The evidence preserved in Antarctic ice, in ancient texts, in indigenous oral traditions, and in the anomalous achievements of prehistoric cultures may represent a library of accumulated wisdom about the challenges and opportunities that face any species attempting to develop advanced technological civilization. Reading this library correctly, distinguishing genuine wisdom from accumulated error, recognizing successful strategies from failed experiments, could provide guidance that allows our civilization to achieve unprecedented success. Our place in a much longer continuum of consciousness expands our sense of responsibility from managing the next few generations of human development to participating in a project that spans hundreds of thousands of years of conscious evolution on Earth. If human consciousness has been developing for far longer than conventionally acknowledged, if previous civilizations achieved awareness capabilities that we are only beginning to rediscover, then our current moment becomes part of a much larger story of consciousness evolution. This expanded temporal perspective changes how we evaluate our current challenges and opportunities. Environmental problems that seem overwhelming when viewed as unprecedented crises may become manageable when understood as familiar challenges that consciousness has faced and overcome repeatedly throughout its long development on Earth. Social conflicts that appear intractable when viewed as unique contemporary problems may become resolvable when approached using wisdom accumulated over multiple cycles of civilizational development. The humility required to accept we might not be unique challenges the anthropocentrism that has shaped human thinking for millennia. If we are not the first intelligence to achieve advanced civilization on Earth, if we are not the most sophisticated consciousness that has ever emerged from terrestrial evolution, then our relationship to the planet, to other species, and to the universe itself requires fundamental reconsideration. Such humility does not diminish human significance, but rather expands it by connecting us to a larger community of consciousness that spans far more time and space than we previously imagined. We become participants in rather than masters of planetary consciousness evolution, contributors to rather than creators of terrestrial intelligence, inheritors of rather than originators of the wisdom necessary for sustainable advanced civilization. If our exploration has revealed evidence of ongoing advanced presence in Antarctica, whether from civilizations that adapted to climate catastrophe or from contact with non-terrestrial intelligence, then the question of contact shifts from whether such presence exists to whether humanity has developed the maturity necessary for beneficial interaction with advanced consciousness. Why contact might be contingent on our maturity becomes clear when we consider that premature contact between civilizations at very different developmental levels could be harmful to both. If advanced Antarctic consciousness possesses capabilities that could be used destructively by humanity in our current state of social development, then contact might be withheld until we demonstrate the wisdom necessary to use such capabilities beneficially. The history of contact between human civilizations at different technological levels provides sobering examples of how such encounters can disrupt social stability, destroy cultural achievements, and create long-term problems that exceed any short-term benefits. Contact between advanced Antarctic civilization and surface humanity could create similar disruption unless surface humanity has developed sufficient ethical maturity to handle the responsibilities that accompany advanced knowledge. The difference between technological and ethical advancement becomes crucial when considering readiness for contact with advanced consciousness. Surface humanity has achieved remarkable technological capabilities, but our ethical development has not kept pace with our technological power. We have developed the ability to alter planetary climate, manipulate genetic systems, and create weapons capable of destroying civilization, but we have not yet developed the wisdom necessary to use such capabilities responsibly. Advanced consciousness that has observed surface human development over centuries or millennia would be acutely aware of this gap between technological capability and ethical maturity. Contact might be contingent not on our technological achievement, but on our demonstration of ethical development that matches our technological power environmental stewardship that proves we can manage planetary resources responsibly, social cooperation that demonstrates our ability to resolve conflicts without violence, and spiritual maturity that shows we understand our role as participants in, rather than masters of terrestrial consciousness evolution. Proving worthy of ancient knowledge and responsibility requires developing qualities that our current civilization has barely begun to cultivate. Patience that thinks in terms of centuries rather than quarters. Wisdom that considers the impact of decisions on many generations rather than just immediate beneficiaries. And humility that recognizes human limitations rather than human supremacy. The inner journey as preparation for outer discovery suggests that contact with advanced consciousness might require individual preparation as much as collective readiness. Just as scientific research requires training, artistic achievement requires practice, and athletic performance requires conditioning, contact with advanced consciousness might require developing specific mental, emotional, and spiritual capabilities that allow beneficial interaction rather than harmful confusion or dependency. Traditional spiritual practices, meditation techniques, and consciousness disciplines preserved in various cultures might represent training methods for developing the inner capabilities necessary for contact with advanced awareness. The persistent presence of such practices across cultures and throughout history might indicate their importance for preparing human consciousness for interactions that require capabilities beyond ordinary awareness levels. Are we ready to be inheritors, or are we still the destroyers? This question cuts to the heart of human readiness for contact with advanced consciousness or access to ancient wisdom. Our species' track record includes both remarkable achievements in art, philosophy, science, and social cooperation, and devastating failures in environmental stewardship, conflict resolution, and sustainable resource management. The answer to the readiness question may depend less on our current state than on our demonstrated trajectory of development. Are we learning to resolve conflicts peacefully, to manage resources sustainably, and to cooperate across cultural and national boundaries? Are we developing the wisdom to use our technological capabilities beneficially rather than destructively? Are we moving toward greater harmony with planetary systems rather than greater disruption of natural balance? Our relationship to Antarctica, how we think about it, how we approach it, how we respond to its mysteries, reveals essential aspects of human consciousness and provides a mirror that reflects our deepest assumptions about exploration, knowledge, and our relationship to the unknown. What our relationship to the frozen continent reveals about us becomes clear when we examine how different groups approach Antarctic mysteries. Some respond with aggressive demands for immediate disclosure, reflecting a conquering mentality that sees secrets as problems to be solved through force or pressure. Others respond with patient investigation, reflecting a learning mentality that sees mysteries as opportunities for growth in understanding and wisdom. Some approach Antarctica with exploitation in mind, seeing the continent as a source of resources to be extracted or territories to be claimed. Others approach with reverence, recognizing Antarctica as a unique environment that requires protection and respect. These different approaches reflect fundamental differences in human consciousness. Differences that might determine whether contact with advanced Antarctic presence would be beneficial or harmful. Exploitation versus stewardship. As competing impulses, represents one of the most fundamental choices facing humanity in our relationship to Antarctica and to the planet generally. The exploitation impulse sees Antarctica as a resource to be used, a territory to be claimed, a problem to be solved through technological dominance. The stewardship impulse sees Antarctica as a responsibility to be protected, a teacher to be learned from, a sacred space to be preserved for future generations. The choice between exploitation and stewardship may be the ultimate test of human readiness for contact with advanced consciousness or access to ancient wisdom. Advanced beings that have achieved sustainable civilization over hundreds of thousands of years would likely evaluate our worthiness based on how we treat the environments and beings under our current responsibility, rather than on our technological capabilities or stated intentions. The frontier mentality versus the caretaker approach reflects different evolutionary directions that human consciousness could take in its continued development. The frontier mentality sees Antarctica as the next territory to be conquered, the next resource to be exploited, the next mystery to be solved through aggressive investigation and technological dominance. The caretaker approach sees Antarctica as a sacred trust to be preserved, a teacher to be learned from, and a responsibility to be protected for its own sake and for future generations. Antarctica as teacher, test, and mirror provides feedback about human consciousness development that could guide our preparation for greater responsibilities. How we approach Antarctic mysteries with respect or aggression, with patience or impatience, with learning or conquering intentions, demonstrates our readiness for the greater mysteries that might be revealed through contact with advanced consciousness. The frozen continent becomes a training ground for developing the qualities necessary for beneficial contact with advanced awareness patients, to wait for natural revelation rather than forcing disclosure, humility to recognize our limitations rather than assuming our superiority, and wisdom to seek understanding rather than just information. How we treat the unknown reflects who we truly are at the deepest levels of consciousness. Our response to Antarctica's mysteries. Whether we approach them with fear or wonder, with aggression or respect, with exploitation or preservation in mind, reveals the fundamental orientation of human consciousness toward the larger universe that contains far more unknowns than we have yet discovered. If we approach the unknown with conquest mentality, seeking to dominate and exploit whatever we find, then contact with advanced consciousness could become a conflict rather than a collaboration. If we approach the unknown with learning mentality, seeking to understand and cooperate with whatever we discover, then contact could become an opportunity for unprecedented growth in wisdom and capability. The exploration of Antarctica's hidden possibilities ultimately points toward a transformation imperative. The recognition that contact with advanced consciousness or access to ancient wisdom might require fundamental changes in human consciousness rather than just improvements in our technology or information gathering capabilities. Contact as catalyst for human evolution suggests that the discovery of advanced Antarctic presence might serve as a trigger for rapid development in human consciousness rather than just an addition to our knowledge base. Contact with beings who have achieved sustainable advanced civilization over hundreds of thousands of years could provide the inspiration, guidance, and challenge necessary to accelerate human development towards similar achievement. Such contact might catalyze changes in human consciousness that have been developing slowly over generations, bringing to maturity capabilities that have been emerging gradually in individuals and communities throughout human history. The shock of recognizing that we are not alone, that we are not the most advanced consciousness on Earth, and that much greater possibilities exist for human development might activate latent potentials in human consciousness that have been waiting for the right conditions to emerge. The requirement to change before we can truly explore reflects the recognition that the most important discoveries might be accessible only to consciousness that has developed specific capabilities for perceiving, understanding, and benefiting from advanced knowledge. Just as scientific research requires training to perceive phenomena that are invisible to untrained observation, contact with advanced consciousness might require developing awareness capabilities that allow beneficial interaction. This requirement for internal development before external exploration challenges the assumption that discoveries can be achieved through better technology, more funding, or more aggressive investigation. If the greatest mysteries require consciousness development rather than technological advancement, then the most important preparation for Antarctic exploration might be the inner work of developing patience, humility, wisdom, and spiritual maturity. Integration of ancient wisdom with modern capability represents the synthesis that could enable unprecedented human achievement, combining the technological sophistication that modern civilization has achieved with the consciousness capabilities and sustainable practices that ancient wisdom traditions have preserved. This integration could create a new form of civilization that achieves both technological advancement and social environmental harmony. Such integration might require learning to perceive ancient wisdom not as primitive superstition to be discarded, but as sophisticated knowledge systems that address aspects of reality that modern science has not yet learned to investigate effectively. The combination of ancient consciousness disciplines with modern technological capabilities could create possibilities that neither approach could achieve alone. The birth of a new kind of civilization becomes possible when we recognize that our current technological capabilities combined with recovered ancient wisdom could enable social and environmental achievements that surpass anything in recorded history. This new civilization would be characterized not by dominance over nature, but by cooperation with natural systems, not by competition between individuals and groups, but by recognition of fundamental interdependence, not by exploitation of resources, but by sustainable abundance achieved through understanding rather than consumption. Perhaps the greatest expedition is the one that changes the explorer, the inner journey of developing the consciousness capabilities necessary for beneficial contact with advanced awareness and responsible stewardship of ancient knowledge. This transformation would prepare humanity not just for revelations about Antarctica's hidden past, but for our role in shaping Earth's conscious future. The transformation imperative suggests that Antarctica's mysteries are calling us not just to discover what is hidden beneath the ice, but to discover what is hidden within human consciousness, the latent capabilities that could enable us to become worthy participants in a universe that may be far more conscious, far more interconnected, and far more purposeful than we have yet learned to perceive. As we prepare for the final stage of our journey into Antarctic mysteries, we carry with us the recognition that the greatest discoveries may not be external artifacts or ancient technologies, but the transformation of human consciousness that allows us to perceive realities that have always been present, waiting for us to develop the wisdom necessary to recognize them. As we emerge from contemplating the profound transformation that contact with ancient Antarctic wisdom might require of human consciousness, we find ourselves returning to the ice itself, not as a barrier to understanding, but as the most patient and generous teacher our planet has ever provided. The endless winter that has locked Antarctica in frozen silence for millennia is not humanity's enemy, but its guardian, preserving possibilities that might have been lost to time's destruction, protecting secrets that might have been corrupted by premature discovery, and ensuring that revelation comes only when readiness makes such knowledge beneficial rather than dangerous. The ice has been both tomb and womb, both concealer and revealer, both the problem we must solve and the solution we must understand. In its crystalline depths, in its patient accumulation of evidence, in its slow surrender of secrets to those who approach with proper preparation and respect, the ice demonstrates principles of preservation and revelation that extend far beyond the physical realm into the deepest patterns of how consciousness evolves and knowledge unfolds across time. In the grand economy of time and change that governs all existence, ice represents the principle of preservation carried to its most perfect expression. While fire transforms, water dissolves, earth shifts, and air disperses, ice holds everything in suspension, maintaining perfect stasis that can preserve the most delicate structures and subtle information across geological ages. How ice preserves what time would destroy becomes clear when we understand that preservation is not passive storage, but active protection against the forces that normally erase all traces of the past. In most environments, organic materials decay, metals corrode, stone crumbles, and even the hardest artifacts gradually dissolve under the persistent action of weather, chemistry, and biological activity. But within ice, these destructive processes cease almost completely, creating conditions where the most fragile evidence of past activity can survive indefinitely. The preservation power of ice extends beyond simple physical protection to include the maintenance of relationships, contexts, and subtle information that would be lost in any other environment. While archaeological sites on the surface provide scattered fragments that must be painstakingly reconstructed, Antarctic ice preserves complete scenes, intact relationships between artifacts and their surroundings, and contextual information that reveals not just what existed but how it functioned, how it was used, and what it meant to those who created it. But ice preserves with discrimination, choosing what survives and what dissolves according to principles that seem almost conscious in their operation. Materials and structures that embody harmony, sustainability, and integration with natural systems tend to be preserved perfectly, while those that represent conflict with natural principles are more likely to be crushed, scattered, or chemically altered beyond recognition. The ice seems to favor the preservation of evidence that teaches wisdom while allowing evidence of folly to fade away. The paradox of concealment as protection reveals itself when we recognize that ice protects not just from physical destruction, but from premature discovery by beings not yet prepared to handle what they might find. Secrets that could be dangerous in the wrong hands, technologies that could be misused by consciousness not yet ready for such responsibility, and wisdom that could be corrupted by minds not yet developed enough to understand its proper application. All of these are kept safe beneath miles of ice until conditions are right for beneficial revelation. This protective concealment operates through natural mechanisms that respond to readiness rather than to force. The ice does not yield its secrets to aggressive drilling, impatient demands, or technological conquest. Instead, it responds to patient investigation, respectful approach, and demonstrated worthiness by gradually revealing information in the sequence and timing that allows beneficial understanding rather than dangerous confusion. Gradual disclosure matched to human readiness becomes apparent when we examine how Antarctic discoveries have unfolded throughout human history. The most profound revelations have come not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through slow accumulation of evidence that allows human consciousness to adjust gradually to expanding possibilities. Ancient maps revealing impossible knowledge, indigenous memories preserving wisdom from ages past, anomalous archaeological evidence that challenges conventional timelines. All of these discoveries have emerged at precisely the moments when human development was ready to consider such possibilities without being overwhelmed by them. The timing of disclosure seems to follow patterns that match human consciousness development rather than human technological capability. Technologies that could force revelation-deep drilling, ground-penetrating radar, satellite surveillance become available precisely when human wisdom has developed enough to handle the responsibilities that come with such discoveries. The correlation suggests either remarkable coincidence or the operation of intelligence that coordinates technological development with consciousness readiness. Natural timing versus forced discovery reveals the difference between revelation that enhances human development and information that overwhelms human capability. Natural timing allows gradual preparation, step-by-step understanding, and integration of new knowledge with existing wisdom. Forced discovery creates sudden information dumps that can destabilize understanding, create false confidence in incomplete knowledge, and lead to premature application of principles that require much deeper understanding for safe and beneficial use. The ice gives up its secrets slowly, deliberately, lovingly, not with the grudging resistance of a fortress under siege, but with the careful attention of a teacher who understands that the most important lessons require patient preparation, proper timing, and gradual development of the understanding necessary to receive advanced knowledge beneficially. Each revelation builds on previous discoveries, preparing the ground for deeper understanding while ensuring that expanded knowledge enhances rather than destroys the wisdom that makes such knowledge meaningful. Despite decades of official restrictions, institutional resistance, and deliberate obscuration, the search for Antarctic truth continues through the dedication of individuals who refuse to accept conventional limitations on human curiosity and understanding. Modern technology has finally reached levels of sophistication that make concealment increasingly difficult to maintain, while human consciousness continues to evolve toward readiness for truths that previous generations might not have been prepared to handle. Modern expeditions pushing deeper into the unknown operate both within official channels and through independent initiatives that seek to circumvent institutional barriers to investigation. Private organizations, international collaborations, and individual researchers with access to advanced technology are conducting investigations that go far beyond the routine scientific research that governments acknowledge and support. These modern explorations benefit from technologies that were unimaginable just decades ago, satellite systems that can detect subsurface features through miles of ice, drilling techniques that can reach unprecedented depths with minimal environmental impact, autonomous vehicles that can explore regions too dangerous for human access, and communication systems that make real-time coordination possible across vast Antarctic distances. But perhaps more importantly, modern expeditions operate with consciousness approaches that differ fundamentally from the conquest mentalities that characterized earlier exploration. Contemporary Antarctic investigators increasingly recognize that the greatest discoveries may require not just technological capability, but spiritual preparation, not just scientific methodology, but wisdom development, not just information gathering, but consciousness transformation that makes beneficial contact possible. Technology finally capable of seeing through miles of ice has revealed a hidden Antarctica that bears little resemblance to the flat, featureless wasteland that surface observation suggests. Ground-penetrating radar reveals mountain ranges, river systems, and geometric structures that suggest both natural wonders and possible artificial constructions. Thermal imaging detects heat sources that indicate active systems beneath supposedly dormant ice. Magnetic field mapping reveals anomalies that suggest technologies or materials unknown to surface science. The sophistication of current investigation technology has reached levels where concealment of large-scale anomalies becomes nearly impossible to maintain. Satellite surveillance systems operated by multiple nations and private organizations provide overlapping coverage that makes selective editing of imagery increasingly difficult. Ground-based investigation equipment has become sophisticated enough to detect subsurface features with precision that approaches archaeological-level detail. Communication systems allow real-time sharing of discoveries that make suppression of information much more challenging than in previous decades. The patience required for genuine investigation becomes more apparent as technology reveals the true complexity of Antarctic mysteries. Each new discovery raises more questions than it answers. Each deeper penetration reveals greater depths still to be explored, and each advancement in understanding demonstrates how much remains unknown. Serious Antarctic investigation requires accepting that the most important discoveries may take decades or centuries to unfold completely. This patience must extend beyond simple willingness to wait for results to include recognition that genuine understanding may require personal transformation as much as improved technology. The greatest Antarctic discoveries may be accessible only to consciousness that has developed specific capabilities for perceiving, understanding, and integrating knowledge that challenges fundamental assumptions about reality, human development, and our planet's hidden history. Individual seekers versus institutional barriers represents one of the most significant challenges facing contemporary Antarctic investigation. While institutional science possesses the resources necessary for large-scale Antarctic research, it also operates under restrictions, funding limitations, and professional pressures that discourage investigation of phenomena that challenge established paradigms. Individual researchers may possess the freedom and motivation necessary for genuine investigation, but they often lack the resources needed for effective Antarctic exploration. The tension between individual curiosity and institutional control creates a complex environment where the most important discoveries may be made by individuals working at the margins of official science, using limited resources and facing professional risks to investigate phenomena that mainstream institutions prefer to ignore. These individual investigators often depend on international cooperation, private funding, and alternative information networks that operate outside conventional academic and government channels. The courage to question everything we think we know becomes essential for anyone seeking to understand Antarctic mysteries, because such understanding may require abandoning comfortable assumptions about human history, Earth's development, and the nature of intelligence itself. This courage extends beyond intellectual willingness to consider alternative theories to include emotional readiness for discoveries that could fundamentally alter human self-understanding and social relationships. Such courage is particularly challenging because it must be maintained despite social pressure to conform to accepted beliefs, professional pressure to avoid controversial subjects, and personal pressure to accept simple explanations rather than complex mysteries. The investigators who make the most significant Antarctic discoveries may be those who possess not just scientific curiosity, but spiritual courage, the willingness to seek truth regardless of its implications for conventional understanding or personal comfort. As our exploration of Antarctica's physical mysteries deepens, we begin to recognize that the frozen continent serves not just as a repository of ancient secrets, but as a mirror that reflects the hidden potentials and untapped capabilities that lie dormant within human consciousness itself. The search for Antarctic truth becomes simultaneously a search for human truth, an investigation of external mysteries that reveals internal possibilities, and a journey toward geographical discoveries that transforms into a journey toward self-discovery. The frozen continent as metaphor for hidden human potential emerges when we recognize that consciousness, like Antarctica, contains vast territories that remain unexplored, capabilities that lie buried beneath layers of accumulated assumptions, and potentials that wait in frozen suspension for the right conditions to emerge into active expression. Just as Antarctica preserves evidence of temperate periods beneath its current ice coverage, human consciousness preserves capabilities from earlier stages of development that could be reactivated under appropriate conditions. The metaphor extends to include recognition that both Antarctica and human consciousness require patience, respect, and proper preparation for successful exploration. Just as Antarctic investigation demands specialized equipment, careful planning, and willingness to face extreme conditions, consciousness exploration requires specific techniques, dedicated practice, and courage to venture into internal territories that may be as challenging as any external environment. Both Antarctic exploration and consciousness development reward those who approach with reverence rather than conquest mentality, who seek understanding rather than exploitation, and who recognize that the greatest discoveries may require fundamental changes in the explorer rather than just better tools and techniques. The parallel between external and internal exploration suggests that success in one domain may prepare for and enhance capability in the other. What lies dormant within our own consciousness includes capabilities that surface humanity has barely begun to investigate. Expanded sensory perception that could directly detect subtle environmental phenomena. Enhanced communication abilities that could enable direct mind-to-mind contact. And integration with natural systems that could make human activity harmonious with, rather than destructive, to planetary ecology. These dormant capabilities may represent not evolutionary potentials to be developed in the future, but recovered abilities that were once active in human consciousness, but have been suppressed, forgotten, or driven into hibernation by environmental pressures, social conditioning, or evolutionary adaptations that emphasized other capabilities at the expense of these more subtle functions. The reactivation of dormant consciousness capabilities might require conditions similar to those needed for revealing Antarctic secrets: patient practice, respectful approach, proper preparation, and most importantly, readiness to handle the responsibilities that come with expanded awareness and enhanced capability. Just as Antarctic secrets may be revealed only to those who have developed appropriate wisdom, consciousness capabilities may emerge only in individuals who have developed the ethical maturity necessary to use such capabilities beneficially. The qualities needed to approach such mysteries, both Antarctic and consciousness-related, include patience, that can sustain investigation across long time periods, humility that recognizes the limitations of current understanding, respect that approaches mystery as sacred rather than as problem to be conquered, and wisdom that seeks beneficial outcomes rather than just interesting discoveries. These qualities must be developed through practice rather than simply understood intellectually. Like physical conditioning that prepares the body for extreme environments, consciousness preparation requires disciplined development of mental, emotional, and spiritual capabilities that allow beneficial interaction with subtle phenomena, advanced beings, or recovered ancient wisdom. The development of these qualities becomes both the means for successful investigation and part of the goal of such investigation. The process of preparing consciousness for contact with advanced awareness or ancient wisdom transforms the investigator in ways that may be more important than any external discoveries that result from the investigation. Preparation as both journey and destination reflects the recognition that consciousness development undertaken in preparation for Antarctic mysteries or contact with advanced beings may be valuable regardless of whether such contact actually occurs. The qualities developed through serious preparation, patience, humility, respect, wisdom, expanded awareness enhance life and relationships in ways that justify the effort independent of any external results. This perspective transforms preparation from instrumental activity undertaken to achieve specific goals into intrinsically valuable development that improves human capability and satisfaction regardless of external outcomes. The journey toward readiness for advanced contact becomes itself a form of contact with expanded possibilities for human consciousness and social organization. The greatest melting may be the ice around our own hearts, the dissolving of the barriers, assumptions, and limitations that prevent us from recognizing capabilities, relationships, and possibilities that have always been present but have been frozen into inaccessibility by fear, conditioning, and lack of preparation. Just as Antarctic ice conceals and preserves until conditions are right for revelation, the ice around human consciousness conceals and preserves our greatest potentials until we develop the warmth of wisdom necessary to allow their emergence. And so we arrive at the threshold not of a destination reached, but of a doorway opening, not of questions answered, but of deeper mysteries revealed, not of a conclusion that closes investigation, but of a beginning that expands possibility. We stand at the edge of Antarctica's white silence, carrying with us evidence that cannot be dismissed, memories that refuse to fade, and questions that grow more profound rather than simpler the longer we contemplate them. This threshold is not a place but a state of consciousness, not a geographical boundary, but a recognition of how much remains unknown, not a line between the familiar and foreign, but an awareness of how foreign the familiar may actually be. We cross this threshold not by traveling somewhere else, but by allowing our understanding of where we are to expand beyond the limitations we previously accepted as permanent features of reality. Throughout our journey into Antarctica's hidden possibilities, we have encountered evidence that challenges conventional understanding, while stopping just short of providing the definitive proof that would force acknowledgement of advanced prehistoric civilizations, ongoing contact with non-human intelligence, or the existence of capabilities that surface science considers impossible. This condition of suspended conclusion is not a failure of investigation, but perhaps the natural state of the deepest mysteries, permanently open questions that invite continued exploration rather than closed answers that end inquiry. What we've discovered, what we suspect, what we hope form three distinct categories of knowledge that blend together at their edges but maintain important differences in their relationship to evidence, probability, and verification. We have discovered ancient maps that show impossible accuracy, indigenous memories that preserve detailed geographical knowledge, and modern anomalies that suggest ongoing activities beyond acknowledged human presence. We suspect that these discoveries point toward much larger realities involving advanced prehistoric civilizations, subsurface survival during climate catastrophe, and continued presence that maintains careful concealment from surface humanity. We hope that such realities include possibilities for contact, collaboration, and guidance that could help surface humanity navigate the challenges of creating sustainable advanced civilization. The relationship between discovery, suspicion, and hope creates a spectrum of probability that allows individual consciousness to find its own level of acceptance based on personal evaluation of evidence, intuitive assessment of likelihood, and emotional readiness for different possibilities. This spectrum ensures that Antarctic mysteries remain accessible to investigation while avoiding the polarization that occurs when complex realities are reduced to simple true-false alternatives. The difference between proof and possibility defines the territory we have been exploring, a realm where evidence accumulates without reaching the threshold of conventional proof, where patterns suggest realities that cannot be definitively verified, and where possibilities remain open because definitive closure would end the investigation that may be more valuable than any final answers it might produce. Conventional proof requires evidence that can be independently verified, reproduced under controlled conditions, and accepted by consensus among qualified experts. But the most profound realities may be accessible only through investigation that transcends these conventional requirements, evidence that appears only under conditions that cannot be artificially reproduced, an understanding that develops through personal transformation rather than external verification. The pursuit of possibility rather than proof keeps investigation alive while allowing consciousness to expand gradually rather than being overwhelmed by sudden revelations that could be more disorienting than illuminating. The Antarctic mysteries remain eternally approachable because they reward exploration without demanding belief, invite investigation without requiring commitment to specific conclusions, and enhance understanding regardless of whether they lead to final answers. Why some mysteries choose their own timing for revelation becomes clear when we recognize that the most important discoveries may require not just adequate investigation techniques, but appropriate consciousness development in the investigators. Mysteries that could be harmful if revealed prematurely, knowledge that could be misused by consciousness not yet ready for such responsibility, and contact that could be disruptive if forced before natural readiness develops. All of these may remain concealed until conditions make beneficial revelation possible. The timing of revelation seems to follow patterns that coordinate external discovery with internal readiness, ensuring that expanded knowledge enhances rather than overwhelms consciousness development. This coordination suggests either the operation of natural systems that link knowledge availability to consciousness capability, or the involvement of intelligence that manages disclosure to optimize beneficial outcomes rather than simply maximizing information transfer. The patience of ice, the persistence of truth, reflects the deep time perspective that governs the most important realities. Truth operates on timescales that exceed individual human lifetimes, revealing itself gradually across generations and centuries rather than suddenly within the timescales that human impatience prefers. The ice demonstrates this patient persistence by preserving evidence across geological ages while yielding its secrets slowly to investigation. That demonstrates appropriate commitment and preparation. Evidence has its own seasons, its own climate cycles, appearing when conditions are right for recognition and understanding, disappearing when premature revelation could be harmful, and reappearing when consciousness development has progressed enough to handle expanded knowledge beneficially. The rhythm of revelation follows patterns that optimize learning rather than simply maximizing information availability. For those who have journeyed with us through these explorations of Antarctic possibilities, who have felt the pull of questions that conventional answers cannot satisfy, and who recognize that the greatest discoveries may require not just better technology, but expanded consciousness, the threshold ahead leads not to a destination, but to continued investigation that becomes itself a transformative path of development. For those drawn to investigate further, the path ahead leads simultaneously outward toward deeper exploration of Antarctic mysteries and inward toward the consciousness development that may be necessary for beneficial contact with whatever realities such exploration might reveal. The outer and inner journeys support and enhance each other, creating a spiral of development that expands capability for both external discovery and internal transformation. Further investigation requires not just access to Antarctica or advanced technology, but development of the qualities that make beneficial investigation possible, patience that can sustain long-term exploration, discrimination that can distinguish genuine evidence from disinformation, and wisdom that seeks understanding rather than just information. These qualities develop through practice rather than study, through direct engagement with mystery rather than theoretical speculation. The responsibility that comes with seeking hidden truths extends beyond personal satisfaction or intellectual curiosity to include recognition that expanded knowledge creates obligations to use such knowledge beneficially. Those who succeed in penetrating Antarctic mysteries may find themselves in possession of information, capabilities, or contact opportunities that carry profound responsibilities for how such discoveries affect human development and planetary well-being. This responsibility includes obligations to share discoveries appropriately rather than hoarding them for personal advantage, to apply expanded knowledge in ways that benefit humanity as a whole rather than just selected individuals or groups, and to approach any contact with advanced consciousness as representatives of human potential rather than just personal interests. The transformation that occurs in the searching itself may be more valuable than any external discoveries that result from investigation. The qualities developed through serious investigation expanded awareness, enhanced intuition, deepened respect for mystery, and strengthened commitment to beneficial outcomes. Transform investigators in ways that improve their capability for all aspects of life, regardless of whether their Antarctic investigations lead to dramatic external discoveries. Preparation for contact, discovery, or revelation becomes a worthy focus of development independent of whether such events actually occur. The consciousness capabilities, ethical development, and spiritual maturity that would be necessary for beneficial contact with advanced beings or responsible use of ancient technologies enhance human life and relationships in ways that justify the effort regardless of external outcomes. Perhaps Antarctica isn't waiting to be discovered, but waiting for the right kind of discoverer investigators who approach mystery with reverence rather than conquest mentality, who seek wisdom rather than just information, and who recognize that the greatest discoveries transform the discoverer rather than simply adding new facts to existing knowledge bases. The ice may yield its secrets not to the most technologically advanced or institutionally supported investigators, but to those who have developed the consciousness capabilities that make beneficial contact possible. As our journey approaches its completion, we find ourselves returning full circle to where we began, in the vast white silence that stretches across Antarctica's surface, concealing beneath miles of ice the possibilities we have explored, the evidence we have examined, and the questions we have learned to ask. But we return not as the same consciousness that began this exploration. We carry with us expanded awareness of what might be possible, deepened respect for mystery, and enhanced appreciation for the patience required to approach the profound questions that reality poses to consciousness, willing to venture beyond conventional limitations. Full circle back to the vast frozen expanse, we recognize that the white silence is not empty, but full of possibilities that conventional perception cannot detect, full of presence that ordinary consciousness cannot recognize, and full of intelligence that human awareness has not yet learned to approach. The silence speaks to those who have developed the sensitivity to hear subtleties, the patience to listen without demanding immediate answers, and the wisdom to recognize that the most important communications may occur below the threshold of ordinary awareness. The patience of geological time and human curiosity creates a rhythm of investigation that honors both the vast timescales on which the most important realities unfold and the human need for meaning, understanding, and progress within individual lifetimes. This rhythm allows investigation to continue across generations, while providing sufficient discovery within personal timescales to maintain motivation and hope for continued exploration. Human curiosity, when properly developed, can achieve the persistence of geological processes while maintaining the flexibility to adapt methods, perspectives, and approaches as understanding develops and conditions change. This combination of persistence and adaptability may be necessary for successful investigation of mysteries that reveal themselves gradually across timescales that exceed individual human experience. The whisper of ancient possibilities carried on polar winds reaches those who have learned to listen for communications that arrive through subtlety rather than drama, through suggestion rather than declaration, through invitation rather than demand. These communications may come through dreams that feel more real than waking experiences, through intuitive knowing that arrives without logical derivation, through synchronistic events that suggest intelligence operating below the threshold of ordinary causation. The polar winds carry not just the physical atmosphere of Antarctica, but the subtle atmospheres of possibility, mystery, and potential contact that emanate from consciousness that has learned to communicate through means more sophisticated than electromagnetic radiation or chemical signals. Learning to receive such communications may require developing sensitivity that extends far beyond the ordinary range of human perception. The listener, as participant in the ongoing investigation, recognizes that consciousness is not passive receiver of information, but active participant in the process by which reality reveals itself. The quality of listening, the depth of attention, the openness to unexpected possibilities, the commitment to beneficial outcomes influences what can be perceived, understood, and integrated from any investigation of profound mystery. This participatory relationship between consciousness and mystery means that investigation changes both the investigator and the investigated. That serious exploration of Antarctic possibilities transforms human awareness while potentially affecting whatever realities may exist beneath the ice. The investigation becomes a relationship rather than just an information-gathering process. Final invitation to rest, dream, and wonder acknowledges that the most important aspects of our journey may unfold not during active investigation, but during the quiet periods when consciousness processes, integrates, and develops understanding of what has been encountered. Rest allows assimilation. Dreams provide access to non-ordinary sources of information and insight, and wonder maintains the openness necessary for continued discovery. Welcome to historic sleep, where every ending is a beginning, and every dream might be a memory of something that was. In the deep rest that follows intensive exploration, consciousness may access information, experiences, and contact opportunities that are not available during ordinary waking awareness. The boundary between dream and memory may dissolve, allowing access to possibilities that exist beyond the limitations of linear time and conventional causation. This is the gift of the endless winter, not the harsh environment that tests human endurance, but the patient preservation of possibilities that awaits the development of consciousness capable of recognizing and benefiting from contact with intelligence that has been waiting, watching, and preparing for the moment when surface humanity develops the wisdom necessary to join the larger community of consciousness that has always been present but has remained concealed until readiness makes contact beneficial rather than harmful. Rest well, dream deeply, and know that the threshold we have crossed together is not an ending but an opening to possibilities that may be as infinite as the white silence that preserves them, as patient as the ice that protects them, and as close as the consciousness that has learned to recognize that the greatest mysteries may be not what we find in distant places, but what we discover within ourselves when we finally become quiet enough to listen to what has always been waiting to be heard.